Chapter 896. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When he was knocked away, his face was still filled with shock and disbelief. Now, all his advantages had turned into disadvantages. In terms of length, how could the jade flute compare to the spear? The longer it was, the stronger it was. Moreover, his gentle jade flute could not block the attack of the spear at all. In the end, it could only be smashed into pieces. He fell heavily to the ground and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He closed his eyes and fell unconscious. This was the second time. The second time, Qin Yu defeated someone in the immortal soul realm. He even knocked them unconscious, but this time, before the other people from the Xiantian sect could quickly surround Qin Yu and accuse him, he took the initiative to walk over. He squatted down. With one slap, Lin Xuanyu's face was slapped to the side. Even the corner of his mouth was broken. "You're still pretending?" Lin Xuanyu's eyes moved slightly. His eyeballs kept rolling, but no matter what, he refused to open his eyes. Even if he was humiliated to this extent, it was better than admitting that he was not as strong as Qin Yu in front of everyone. Qin Yu did not have the patience to play tricks with him. He also did not have the patience to save face. He directly slapped the swollen half of Lin Xuanyu's face again. Lin Xuanyu could no longer keep up the act. He really spat out a mouthful of blood. There was even a tooth in the blood. The blood was forced out by him. It was just for show and did not cause any harm. But this time, he was seriously injured, and one of his teeth had fallen out. "Don't go overboard. You've already won. What else do you want? I'm from the Xiantian sect." Before he could finish, the swollen half of his face was slapped again. Xiantian sect! Xiantian sect! Did they think they could be so arrogant just because they were from a sect? How embarrassing! He was born to dislike people like this. He did not have a good impression of these sanctimonious people. A loss was a loss, but he didn't admit it openly. Instead, he used such a despicable method to splash dirty water on him. Why didn't he go even further? He slapped himself on the body. If he were to seriously injure himself, at least that would be more convincing. Instead of persisting in doing some superficial work like he was doing now. In fact, his body wasn't injured at all. Ask yourself honestly, did I do anything to you? I'll have to trouble City, Lord Mu, to come and take a look. I've always followed the rules of the exchange. I've always stopped before going overboard. Mubai looked at Lin Xuanyu's blurry face. She couldn't even bear to look at him. However, when it came to cheating, even if it was someone from the Profound Heaven sect, he would not tolerate it. After all, it was related to his reputation. No matter how powerful the Xiantian sect was, they couldn't attack him without any reason. His Baixia city had been in operation for many years, and he was not to be trifled with. After a careful examination, he nodded. Indeed, there are no injuries on Lin Xuanyu. However, there were still some injuries. The most serious one was the injury on his face. Other than losing a tooth and some red and swollen blood on his face, there were no other injuries. It was even a little too good. Under such circumstances, it could only mean that Qin Yu didn't slap his face just now. There were no injuries on Lin Xuanyu's body at all. All right, let's not talk about what happened before. Let's just talk about how you humiliated me afterward. You actually hit me so hard and made my face look like this. Aren't you going to apologize at all? He felt a little guilty and didn't want to talk about what happened before. He wanted to just talk about it and talk about what happened after. The burning pain on his face constantly reminded him of how badly he had been beaten up. Although he didn't see his face, he could tell from Mu Bai's words that he couldn't keep his face. If he didn't take care of it properly, it would be good enough if he didn't scare people half to death when he went out, let alone being handsome. In the eyes of others and other people, it wasn't that Lin Xuanyu's injuries were unbearable to look at. It was that he looked like half a pig's head. The other half of his face was still white and clean. However, the injured half of his face was swollen, and his eyes were swollen into long slits. Half a pig's head, and the other half a handsome face. It looked even more strange. The other half of his face that was unscathed reminded people of his identity and his usual dashing appearance. This is the first time I've realized that the chief disciple of the Xiantian sect is so ugly. To think that I thought his face was pretty good. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Let's take a look at Qinyu and wash our eyes. Just like that, Qinyu strangely became the focus of everyone's gazes once again. It was because the people standing beside him didn't look as handsome as he did. Of course, it was also because he defeated Lin Xuanyu in one fell swoop, since he had both strength and Lin Xuanyu's ugly appearance sitting beside him. More and more people started to look at his face. Damn it! If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Lin Xuanyu gritted his teeth, and a small dagger appeared in his hand. It glowed with a faint green light. Mu Bai placed his hand on Lin Xuanyu's shoulder. He had a gentle expression on his face. However, Lin Xuanyu's shoulder that was pressed down couldn't help but sink. His face became deathly pale, and bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. They slowly slid down his face. He wasn't injured at all. Reality proved that this was another interlude. It was just a small accident. In the entire exchange, there were only 2 incidents that were related to Qinyu. All kinds of gazes fell on him. It wasn't all worship, but more fear and awe. There were also people who wanted to get close to him. However, these people couldn't easily leave their seats. If they dared to challenge him to a spar, they might be beaten up and fall to the ground in a sorry state. At that time, they would lose more than they gained and lose all their face. Therefore, although he became the center of attention, no one dared to get close to him. Qinyu was left alone. As for those people looking at him, if he was annoyed, one eye would block those people's gazes. After that, nothing else happened. According to the usual practice, the Xiantian sect would usually get a unique share. However, during the last exchange meeting, Yi Zichen had already made his move. The Xiantian sect only got second place. Now that Qinyu defeated him, it was equivalent to getting his place. Chapter 897. If anyone was unconvinced, they could challenge him directly. But later on, there were people who went to challenge the first place, but no one challenged him, the second place. The first ranked sect had already been challenged several times. It was called a spar, but in reality, it was just a matter of ranking. But even so, no one dared to challenge the seemingly easier second place. Qinyu sat like this from the beginning to the end. In the end, he was ranked second. The runner-up will receive a number of small spiritual lands, as well as the rights to mine dozens of mineral veins. Of course, there were a lot of resources, but those bits and pieces were not worth mentioning. The most important things in cultivation were spiritual lands and mineral veins. As for the second place of the exchange, Quan would be able to get a lot. Although the first place had more points, in reality, it wasn't that much more. Moreover, all the resources obtained from the exchange were credible. At the very least, no one would fight for it for the next 100 years, because that would mean going against all the participants of the exchange meeting. There are quite a lot of things here. No wonder Lansha insisted that he participate in this exchange, no matter what. Moreover, he seemed to value it so much, because the remuneration was indeed not bad. It only took him a few days to obtain so many things. Speaking of which, this could be considered a 100-fold return. In fact, even if it was 100 times, it would be more than 1,000 times more if all these resources were added together. In addition to the things he had done before, the contract had long been fulfilled, and it was more than fulfilled. You don't have to give these things to the Cloud Immortals City. You should have a part of these things because you were the one who obtained this ranking. Even if you take 70% of it, no one in the Cloud Immortal City would dare to say anything. What role did the Cloud Immortal City play in this matter? They didn't even send a few people to do nothing. Mu Bai looked down on him from the bottom of his heart. What kind of dog shit luck did he run into to meet Qinyu? Why wasn't the place where Qinyu landed at? He had always been a discerning person. Moreover, his city was more developed than the Cloud Immortal City. It would definitely help him develop better. Instead of directly throwing such a good seedling like Qinyu to the outside world, like this, the resources that he could take out could be said to be a sea of resources. All kinds of resources and benefits were innumerable. In Mu Bai's heart, the Cloud Immortal City had already been labeled as a wretched place. These things, perhaps I will take a portion of them, but that will only be a small portion. These things are of no use to me. I don't plan to stay and develop a large force. So, what's the point of giving these things away? It's useless to me anyway. Mu Bai didn't think that he could be so magnanimous with such a huge amount of resources. Even if he couldn't use it all by himself, he could still do a lot of things. Who in this world would dislike having fewer resources and benefits? She didn't have enough dates. No one would generously give away resources to others just because they had too many resources that they could not use in a short period of time. Qinyu really didn't take these things to heart. Now that the exchange meeting had ended, Yi Zichen didn't say anything. It was time for him to leave. He just didn't know where to go. These items would naturally be claimed by the people of the Cloud Immortal City, and he seemed to have to think about which direction to go. After Mu Bai found out about this, he couldn't wait to let people continue to stay. The reason was quite sufficient. Qi Yan was not willing to leave him at all. When Huorong returned, she would find her child crying and making a fuss. If there were any more problems, he wouldn't be able to bear it. If Qi Yan was taken away, it would be even worse. What you said makes sense. Mu Bai was even more energetic that day. He kept saying that there were some follow-up matters after the exchange meeting. In his heart, he was thinking about how to make him stay. It was unlikely that he would take him in as his subordinate. Although the time they spent together was very short, he was very clear about Qinyu's arrogance in his heart. If he wanted to make him stay for a long time, he had to think about it carefully. Seeing through his thoughts, Qinyu decisively rejected him. If I want to improve my strength, I naturally can't be trapped in a small place. I won't stay in a certain place for too long, especially when there's no point for me to stay here. By the way, do you know Xian Tian? Of course, he still had some regrets. But it was more of an epiphany. Not being trapped in a small place seemed to be a great help in improving one's strength. When he heard the last sentence, Mu Bai was a little confused. Are you asking about the current sect leader of Xian Tian sect, Sage Xian Tian? As expected, there was still no news. Qinyu had already expected such an outcome. Now that he heard it, he wasn't surprised at all. As for the so-called sage, Xian Tian, he wasn't interested in it at all. Above the Sage King was the Sage Monarch, but Senzin could crush 100 Sage Monarchs working together. This so-called Sage Xian Tian and Sage Xian Tian Senzin couldn't be compared at all. Lin Xuanyu was beaten into a pig's head. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He almost smashed the jade flute that he used to like the most. If it wasn't for the jade flute making a mistake at the crucial moment, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that fierce attack. How would he have embarrassed himself in front of so many people? He had lost so much face. But this jade flute was a gift from his master to help him advance to the immortal soul stage. Lin Xuanyu suddenly felt a sense of grievance when he saw this warm and translucent jade flute. "If you don't let me live well, I won't let you live well either." Immediately, he took out a jade pendant from his bosom. There were extremely profound and dark patterns on it. He directly crushed it. The powder formed a complete circle in the air. Through this complete circle, he seemed to be able to see another place. In another faraway sect, a blue-robed Taoist with a ruddy complexion appeared. "Why did you suddenly think of contacting me? Didn't we agree that unless there was something urgent, you weren't to use this method to contact me?" Lin Xuanyu immediately began to complain to his master. He had already been beaten into such a state. Moreover, his Xian Tian sect's reputation was almost completely lost. Of course, such an important matter had to be quickly notified. Moreover, this could be considered an extremely urgent matter. After understanding the whole story, he looked at his pig-headed face. Spirit Lord Tongshuan's expression darkened. "Someone actually dares to humiliate my Xian Tian sect. It seems like he needs to be taught a lesson. Wait there. I'll be there soon." Then, he closed the emergency call. Chapter 898. Less than half an hour had passed. Spirit Lord Tongxian had already arrived in Baixia City. If he had to rush over at such a speed, it would have been extremely exhausting for him. Anyone who dares to offend the Xiantian sect will not be spared. Lin Xuanyu sensed that his master had arrived and immediately stood up to welcome him. He told the story from beginning to end without any embellishment, but he avoided the important points and the trivial points. It was easy to find out what had happened. Spirit Lord Tongxian only needed to ask a few people, and he would be able to obtain the complete story. Therefore, he did not hide anything. However, if he ignored a part of the story and only mentioned what he wanted Spirit Lord Tongxian to know, it was not that difficult. Even if his intentions were to be exposed, no one would say anything about it. After all, what he said was the truth. How dare he be so arrogant? Where is he now? I must let him know that the Xiantian sect is not a sect he can offend. Spirit Lord Tongxian did not care much about his disciple. However, he had always valued the reputation of the sect. Not only did he hear that someone looked down on the Xiantian sect, even if he heard someone say something bad about the Xiantian sect, he would show his authority on the spot. He would show the might of the Xiantian sect. The Xiantian sect was a reputable sect in the entire immortal realm. They had been around for tens of thousands of years and had a strong foundation. Qinyu suddenly felt a strong sense of malice descending, although it didn't have any effect on him. This malice also meant that some existence had its eyes on him. Moreover, this person was slightly stronger than Mubai. Why would such a powerful person target him? For no reason. He thought about what had happened at the exchange. There were only two people who could attract such a powerful expert: Immortal Lord Baisu or Lin Xuanyu. The latter was more likely. After all, the former was severely injured and could not even take care of himself. Not to mention attracting powerful experts to cause trouble for him. They are really restless. I thought that the Xiantian sect had something to do with Master. That's why they did not kill him. Who knew that they would attract such a powerful expert? It could be said that he was quite shameless. Qinyu was still alone in the city lord's mansion. If someone really came looking for him, he would just go up and greet them. Spirit Lord Tongxian left without hesitation. In a flash, he brought Lin Xuanyu to the sky above the city lord mansion. Opening his mouth slightly, Zhang Xin channeled his energy into his dantian, and his voice echoed throughout the entire Baixia city. You were the one who provoked my profound heaven sect. No matter how talented a Xian immortal is, he still has to respect his seniors. Mu Bai stood out with a gloomy expression. This was what he hated the most about the profound heaven sect. They were very protective of their own people. He had clearly seen what had happened earlier. It was Lin Xuanyu who had provoked him first, and he had also attacked him first. They wanted to injure him just because they were stronger. He had seen the fatal blow more clearly than anyone else. How could he have the nerve to find Spirit Lord Tong Xian, who was even stronger? However, his kind words did not have any effect. Instead, he was pushed to the side. For a moment, he was both anxious and annoyed. As the city lord, when had he ever suffered such grievances? All the other sects treated him with respect. Only the profound heaven sect was the most arrogant and did not take him, the city lord, seriously. He was not from a small sect like the Cloud Immortal City. He was just a small city at the border. He did not have any reputation or power. He was the city lord of a large city. Brother Qin is my guest. Even if you want to attack, you have to get my permission first. Let's not talk about other things. Your attitude right now is not taking me seriously. Spirit Lord Tongxian looked at him coldly and waved his wide sleeves casually. The powerful invisible shockwave directly sent him flying, and he fell heavily on the rockery. The extremely sturdy fake mountain shattered into countless pieces, and dust flew everywhere. Mu Bai spat out a mouthful of blood. There was also a dark red stain on his black robe. You've gone too far. After all, he was the city lord of a city. Now that he had suffered such a huge grievance, he had no way to seek redress. Is this how the profound heaven sect treats people? As expected of a large sect, your bearing is extraordinary. Aren't you looking for me? I'm already here. Qinyu walked out step by step. His steps were slow, but in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. As he approached, he helped Mu Bai up from the ground. Then he stuffed an elixir to protect his heart meridians into his mouth. Only then did he size up this expert who had suddenly appeared. His strength was at least at the Sage King realm. However, he had faced a Sage King expert before. Now that another one had appeared, his expression would not change at all. He was just calm and deep. Lin Xuanyu did not know why, but he was a little flustered. However, no matter how strong a person was, could he still challenge so many people above his level? That was impossible. At least, he had never heard of such a thing before. Even a peerless genius could only defeat an immortal soul as a profound immortal. That was already the limit. It was enough for countless large sects to fight to take him in. Therefore, he did not believe that something even more unbelievable would happen. That was simply impossible. So, it's you. To be able to remain calm under my pressure, you do have some strength. You do live up to your reputation. However, that's all. The strength of an immortal-level expert is beyond your imagination. The gap between each realm is 100 times. Perhaps your talent is 100 times better than others, but it can't be higher. The strength of Spirit Lord Tongxian was there for all to see. Moreover, he was very confident in breaking through to a higher realm. He was not invincible among those of the same level. However, for someone like Mu Bai, who was at the early stage of immortal level, it was not a problem for him to take on 10 of them. Originally, he was prepared to go into seclusion to cultivate this time. He was going to break through to the Sage King realm. However, something like this had happened. He was prepared to go into seclusion to break through after dealing with this matter. Qin Yu's battle with others at the exchange was not completely fruitless. The experience that he had absorbed had turned into his strength in a short period of time. Compared to when he was at the exchange, he was even more powerful now. Your strength may be very high, but strength is never the right to be arrogant. No one in this world is born to look down on others. Qin Yu was calm. even if he was facing a super expert who was 2 realms higher than him. He did not retreat at all. He was even eager to try. Chapter 899. You good? Spirit Lord Tongshuan's eyes darkened. He really looked down on mystic celestial school from the bottom of his heart. With such strength, he was actually so arrogant. Qin Yu knew that there was a difference in strength between the two, so he chose to strike first. The weapon in his hand had been changed to a long sword. If he wanted to better display the strength of the dragon beheading chant, he had to use the drinking dragon sword. Whoosh, whoosh. Sword flowers dazzled everyone's eyes. The sky was filled with silver light. Tongxian Spirit Lord's expression changed slightly. He raised his wide sleeves and gently waved them, collecting the countless silver lights into his sleeves. His dark green robe suddenly exploded with popping sounds. Spirit Lord Tongshuan's face was slightly pale. Beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Blood drained from his face. His strength is indeed not bad. That attack actually injured me. It wasn't just an injury. Right now, the hand hidden in his sleeve was severely injured. If he were to roll up his sleeve, he would only see a bloody scene. However, he was wearing a black robe after all, so it wasn't that obvious since it was covered by a large piece of clothing. Qin Yu himself had just comprehended this move, so he was naturally aware of its power. Seeing that he was holding on, he didn't remind him and didn't give him any chance to take a breather. The second move was unleashed. The dragon-slaying chant was indeed very useful, but the further it went, the more difficult it was to comprehend. He might as well integrate the advantages and improve them. Now, he was using a simplified version of the dragon-slaying roar that he had modified. He added in some of his own opinions. He hadn't tested his true strength yet, and Spirit Lord Tongxian was the perfect opponent for him. Just now, it was just a small fight. It looked powerful, but in reality, it couldn't kill with a single blow. They had the advantage of group attacks. However, if he wanted to seriously injure his opponent to the point where he would no longer be able to fight back, it would still be a little difficult. Therefore, his real move had yet to come. This time, I'm serious. I haven't given it a name yet, but I think it wouldn't be a bad name to call it Heaven-Shaking Collapse. In my estimation, it should have the effect of shaking the heavens and collapsing the earth. With a single strike, it can break through the ages, cause the heavens and earth to change. Spirit Lord Tongxian snorted. How could such an effect be achieved? Even he had never thought that he could possess such great power. At the very least, Shenzhen was the only one who could unleash such power that could shatter the heavens and rend the earth. He even wanted to change the heavens and the earth, causing the heavens and the earth to change colors. Perhaps only someone above Shenzhen, who was only in the realm of legends, could do it. It was precisely because of the misfortune in his heart that he did not raise his guard. Without any preparation, he suddenly felt an aura that made his liver and guts shatter. The murderous aura that filled the sky seemed to have materialized. He could even smell the faint scent of blood. It was as if he could see his own appearance before he died. Impossible. What realm are you at? How can you have such powerful strength? This kind of power is enough to destroy the world. He had only felt such a fatal danger from people who were much stronger than him. But now he felt it from a child. Moreover, he had nowhere to run. Spirit Lord Tongxian spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Now that he was seriously injured, the thought of retreating even rose in his heart. Although he was filled with hatred, since he could not achieve his goal now, he might as well leave for now. For now, he would heal his injuries. Naturally, he had countless ways to turn the situation around. Just as countless thoughts rose in his mind, Lin Xuanyu was stunned when he saw this scene. Even his extremely powerful master was unable to teach Qinyu a lesson for him. Previously, he had tried to avoid the trivial. Now, it seemed like a joke. He had now become a huge joke. However, Qinyu would definitely become even more famous after this incident, even if people talked about him as the first disciple of the Xiantian sect. At most, they would lament that he was defeated by Qinyu. They would only say that he did not live up to his reputation, or that he was born at the wrong time. And all of this was because of Qinyu's sudden appearance. As long as he was no longer around, Lin Xuanyu would still be the senior brother that everyone respected. Lin Xuanyu's face was filled with determination. Suddenly, a fist-sized black ball appeared in his hand. Mu Bai had been watching from the side. When he saw the black ball, his face was filled with shock. It's actually the Sky Thunderbreak. Dodge. Damn it. Why did this guy suddenly take out the Sky Thunderbreak? Could it be that the Sky Thunderbreak from before had actually fallen into his hands? If that's the case, I should have realized that something was wrong. The Xiantian sect is good at producing such stubborn people. If they can't have something, they won't let others have it. If they can't kill someone, they will use all sorts of methods to kill them. Qinyu also saw the black ball. However, what he saw was the black ball being thrown at him. In midair, countless cracks had already appeared on the black ball. Crack, crack. As the cracks appeared, they became denser and slowly spread across the entire black ball. Suddenly, all the cracks released a powerful purple light. Qi Yan had not learned how to speak yet, but he could sense the danger. He kept trying to pull Lin Xuanyu away, but it was too late. He still stood in front of Lin Xuanyu and wanted to block it. Qinyu quickly pulled him back. Since it was the Sky Thunderbreak, what could Qi Yan's small body block? Nothing could block it. If he were to join in, he would be throwing his life away instead. It was not worth it at all. Why do you have to go up? Do you know that it's very dangerous? At this moment, the Sky Thunderbreak was already in front of him. However, he did not have the patience to slowly throw the Sky Thunderbreak back. Just as he was about to block it, the Sky Thunderbreak suddenly exploded. The powerful force almost razed the entire City Lord's mansion to the ground. However, in the end, it did not completely raze the entire City Lord's mansion to the ground. More than half of the City Lord's mansion had collapsed. Spirit Lord Tongxian was already injured. After being shaken by the aftershocks, his injuries worsened. He hated Lin Xuanyu in his heart. He could not wait to beat up this disciple that he was once proud of. Why was he causing trouble for no reason? However, it was not that he did not feel happy. Even he would not be able to block such a powerful force. Qinyu would definitely be turned into countless pieces by this powerful force. If such a powerful person continued to stay, he would soon become a hidden danger to the Xiantian sect. If he attacked the Xiantian sect because of these grudges, it would not be worth it. It was better to kill him in the cradle. At least that would be safe. Chapter 900. With this troublesome factor out of the picture, he could temporarily feel more at ease. However, when the dust settled, he was shocked to see a red light screen. Qinyu was still standing behind the red light screen. He was not affected in the slightest. When the red light faded, he appeared in front of him without a speck of dust. There were no unnecessary injuries on his body. Not even a speck of dust could be found on his body. How is this possible? How is this possible? Your strength is not so heaven-defying. When Hurong returned, she saw such a dangerous scene. She did not care about anything else and used all her strength to block it. Although the power of the heavenly thunderbreak was indeed very strong, to her it was a bit like a joke. Due to her concern, she used almost half of her strength to protect herself. Half of the City Lord's mansion was saved in one breath, and it was safe and sound. Coincidentally, Spirit Lord Tongxian and Lin Xuanyu, the main culprit, were together outside the protection. I don't know if his strength is heaven-defying or not, but you dared to provoke my son's friend with such weak strength. Did you eat a leopard's guts? If she had come back a little later, she was not sure if Qin Yu would have come out unscathed. Qi Yan was right beside him at the time. Qin Yu saw Huorong at the last moment. He did not try to stop her. Even if Huorong did not suddenly appear to help him block the power of the explosion, he was 80% sure that the heavenly lightning break would return the same way it came. However, he saw that Huorong had already made her move. He did not do anything else. Huorong did not care so much now. Her mind was filled with the scene she had just seen. If she had come back a little later, she did not dare to imagine how bad things would have been. Spirit Lord Tongxian did not even have time to redress his grievances. He was slapped to death with a single slap. Lin Xuanyu's name was no exception. Huorong first broke his limbs slowly. Then she carefully kept him alive. It was only after he had been thoroughly tortured that he was sent to see his master. After doing all this, Huorong's gaze suddenly fell on Mu Bai. I'm sure I haven't done anything to let you down. Originally, I wanted to make a move, but that old fellow's strength is 2 small realms higher than mine. I'm also powerless. Alarm bells rang in his mind. The fate of the previous 2 people was simply too tragic. Not only was he killed, but his corpse had also turned into a pile of meat. Obviously, he would also be reduced to dust. There were no other possibilities. I know. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Qi Yan and Qin Yu for me during this time. Take this. It might be of some help to you. A glowing object suddenly flew out from Huorong's body and landed on Mu Bai's hand. When he saw clearly what was in his hand, Mu Bai couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this the ancient god crystal grass that he had always wanted to find? This kind of thing was really too rare. Even if he didn't find someone to make it into a pill, directly swallowing it could increase one's strength. If he took it out and let someone make it into a suitable pill, it could even greatly increase one's strength without any side effects. He had been trapped in this realm for a very long time. If he didn't make any progress in his realm, his future would stop here. But if he had this, it would be different. He could use this to increase his strength, obtain a more possible future, and become a city lord with more potential. Even if he met Spirit Lord Tongxian again in the future, he believed that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Just now, he was sent flying with a wave of his hand and was seriously injured. No one knew how much hatred he had in his heart and how much he wanted to increase his strength. Counting the things he had taken out during this period of time, there weren't many things. However, these were just ordinary things. There was no way to compare with this at all. Even if there were 10 or 100 times more of those things, in his eyes, they couldn't compare to this grass. Thank you. This thing is really too important to me. I won't stand on ceremony with you. Mu Bai was really too eager. Huorong didn't take this matter to heart. This thing was indeed quite precious, but for her realm, it was no longer a big deal. Mu Bai just did some small things within his ability. Huorong knew very well who was the one who really took care of Qi Yan. In the future, that so-called Xiantian sect will still send people to cause trouble for you. I have a piece of armor here that can help you block all attacks below the level of a holy king. It can even block a holy king's full-powered attack 3 times. A fiery red heart protection mirror slowly floated out. This was specially made by Huorong using the blood in her heart and the heart scale on her body. After spending countless precious treasures, he finally managed to barely take shape. Looking at the small piece of heart protection, mirror that floated motionlessly, as if it didn't have any power. Bai couldn't help but gulp again. How good would it be if this thing was given to him? This was something that could block a holy king's full-powered attack 3 times. It was just right for his realm. If he had this thing without any accidents, he could safely advance to the level of a holy king. But now that he already had something, such a top-grade treasure couldn't be given to him. As the city lord, all he did was open the door a little, not to mention that he had other ideas. If he really shamelessly set his eyes on this palm-sized heart protection mirror, then he was worse than a beast. So he could only look at it enviously, but he couldn't ask for it. Chinyu accepted it very calmly. This was the rightful reward. Although this was a very rare treasure, to Huorong, the most important thing was still her child. Compared to this, everything else was nothing. Naturally, he wouldn't decline the offer. As expected, she saw Chinyu put away the palm-sized heart protection mirror. Huorong also let out a sigh of relief. She was already a holy king. Although she wasn't used to the fickleness of human nature, she also knew how greedy humans could be. If she didn't accept it, she would only think that Chinyu was plotting something bigger. So, this was very good. I see that your strength seems to be much higher than the realm you show in front of everyone. Although the martial arts you're currently cultivating are all top grade, but I have something here that can save your life. You can see if it's useful to you. Chapter 901. It was a palm-sized puppet. This puppet could only be used once, but it could crush anyone below the level of a holy king in its strongest form. It could even be used to deal with a holy king. It was not that Huorong did not have it, but she did not dare to take it out. Moreover, it was useless to Chinyu now. Chinyu did not even look at it and directly accepted it. He once again expressed his thanks. Huorong could not help but look at him again. Treasures like this were rare even to her. There was actually someone who was indifferent to such treasures, which could save one's life at a critical moment. These 2 treasures could be used for many things, one for attack and one for defense, and could ensure that one would not be defeated by a holy king. If not for the fact that she owed him so much, she would not be willing to take out the treasures that she had kept for a long time. Qi Yan seemed to know that it was almost time to part. He could not help but rub against Chinyu's leg. Soon, he reluctantly let go again. Huorong already had the antidote in her hands. She could not take the initiative to feed him the antidote, so this step was left to Chinyu. After swallowing the antidote, Qi Yan lay on the ground, black blood flowing out of his mouth. He rolled around in pain, and after a while, he fell to the ground on his last breath, but his spirit was much better. When Huorong went over, she easily carried her child in her arms. Thank you so much for this time. If not for you, I don't know what would have happened. If you have any problems in the future, you can find me at the Sea of Ascension. Bai secretly memorized this name. After all, no one knew if he would have any problems in the future. With this relationship, if he encountered any problems in the future, he might be able to ask for help, although the treatment might not be too good. As long as he could give a generous reward, it would not be too difficult. Chinyu still did not change, as if he did not take the Fire Qilin clan to heart. In fact, he just did not think that there would be a day when he would ask the Fire Qilin clan for help. If he happened to pass by there, he could go and take a look. Otherwise, forget it. Before leaving, Qi Yan ran over to Chinyu while skipping and hopping. He mustered all his strength and forced out a drop of heart blood from between his eyebrows. This drop of heart's blood directly drilled into Chinyu's forehead. No one could stop him even if they wanted to. It was as if he was just a shadow. Before you left, you insisted on signing a friendly and equal contract with him. She already knows how to side with outsiders at such a young age. I don't know what to do in the future. Hurong looked on helplessly. Although the Fire Qilin clan was not as arrogant as the Dragon clan, and would rather die than lower their heads, they would never take the initiative to ask for a contract. Others said that they took the initiative to request for a contract. Usually, it would be hard for others to find traces of their Fire Qilin race. Countless people wanted to find where they lived, and they searched until they broke their heads. Qi Yen, on the other hand, had actually taken the initiative to force out his heart's blood in just a few days to establish an equal treaty. Although they were considered equal, at most, they wouldn't be forced to do something without being able to resist. In fact, it was still a pet-like position. In fact, he wasn't any better than One-Eyed. At most, he had a little more freedom. But as long as he was summoned, he could immediately go to Qin Yu's side. Qi Yen ignored everything and waited for the contract to be completely established before he left in satisfaction. Mu Bai's envy, jealousy, and hatred were about to overflow. He never thought that Qin Yu would be able to harvest a divine beast so easily. Moreover, he took the initiative to sign a contract and looked extremely obedient. It was clearly something that he should have expected. But now that this kind of thing really happened, he still felt very surprised. If you feel envious, you can also find the residents of the Fire Qilin clan yourself and see if there are any underage Fire Qilins willing to sign a contract with you. Hearing this, Mu Bai was completely dispirited. If he could do this, he wouldn't need to worry, not to mention signing a contract with the little Fire Qilin he might not even be able to walk in. Even if he did, he would definitely be viewed with hostility. Forget it. I'd better think about how to rebuild my city better. That way, I, as the city lord, will have more say. Are you going to deal with the 2 corpses outside, or should I? I don't want to get into so much trouble. Qin Yu directly waved his hand and let One-Eyed deal with the corpses. Actually, they couldn't be called corpses anymore. They had been crushed into a pile of minced meat. Mu Bai was really jealous in his heart, but he wasn't prepared to really do anything. But if he didn't do anything, he would still feel very uncomfortable in his heart. Seeing the minced meat on the ground that couldn't be washed away, he suddenly had an idea. He asked the kitchen to cook some minced meat stir-fried vegetables. He used the best spiritual meat that was full of immortal qi. Those dishes were also all kinds of heavenly treasures, not to mention increasing one's strength in one mouthful. It was also beneficial to one's cultivation. Normally, he wouldn't even touch such a good item. Today, he went all out and took out the best materials in the warehouse. He asked someone to cook a large meal and sent it directly to Qin Yu. Isn't it too obvious that he's hitting the master? When the dragon soul saw the minced meat, stir-fried vegetables, he didn't really want to eat it. Seeing the minced meat reminded him of the miserable deaths of Spirit Lord Tongxian and Lin Xuanyu. On the other side, the Xiantian sect had already started to shake. Spirit Lord Tongxian and Lin Xuanyu died, almost at the same time. The soul sees that the 2 of them created with special methods also shattered at the same time. They suddenly disappeared without a trace, which meant that the 2 of them were already dead. The current Xiantian sect master, Sage Xuantian's expression was quite ugly. Spirit Lord Tongxian was the disciple he was most proud of. He was also the best candidate to compete for the next sect master. Normally, he thought that it was his duty to protect the Xiantian sect. Moreover, he was selfless and emotionless. Such a person was most suitable to be the sect master. Now was the most intense time for the competition for the position of sect master. It wouldn't be long before the next sect leader's successor was announced. When the time came, he could also retreat behind the scenes and quietly break through to a higher level. But now, everything was ruined. Unbeknownst to him, The best candidate had already died, along with his most promising grand disciple. They all died, so inexplicably, and no one even found their bodies. What the hell is going on? I want to know everything in the shortest time possible. Sage Xiantian immediately used most of the power of the entire Xiantian sect to investigate thoroughly. Chapter 902. Both of them were in Baisha City when they died. The profound heaven sect's people were dispatched at the same time and soon found out everything that had happened. But it was precisely because they found out everything that they couldn't understand. How could a profound immortal kill an immortal soul and a celestial spirit at the same time? Those people are already here. Do you want to lie low for a while? Mu Bai couldn't help but worry. He was not worried that this fire would burn him. Instead, he was sincerely worried that Qin Yu would get into trouble because of this. It doesn't matter. If I run now, wouldn't it mean that I'm guilty? But I didn't do anything against my will. Everything I did was open and above board. Heaven and earth can be my witness. They should be the ones with no reason. How can I leave? Not only was he not going to leave, he was going to stay here and wait for the profound heaven sect's people to find him. Whether it was anger or anger, it was fine. He was going to wait for this matter to be resolved before leaving Baisha City. Mu Bai couldn't understand how someone could be so calm in the face of danger and not take it to heart, but that didn't stop him from admiring him. Sure enough, someone soon found the city lord's residence. Many people saw what happened that day, but the Fire Qilin had already left. He wanted to build a good relationship with the Fire Qilin clan. Perhaps he could use the Fire Qilin clan in the future. So he couldn't reveal any information about the Fire Qilin clan to the profound heaven sect. He didn't know anything. He didn't know anything at all. The profound heaven sect's people were still furious when they left. They're really going too far. Do they really think we're fools? He didn't know anything at all. Someone saw the Fire Qilin on their side. And there were also people who saw eldest senior brother using the heavenly thunderbreak. There's so much evidence, and he still doesn't admit it. Isn't he afraid that I'll expose him? Everyone will be embarrassed. However, Lin Xuanga remained unmoved by these words. Lin Xuanyu was dead. This was the best news for him. Even if he investigated, he didn't put in much effort. It was already good enough that he was dead. As for who killed him, he didn't care at all. Moreover, all kinds of evidence showed that it was the Fire Qilin's side who had acted. It was at least a Saint King. Against such an expert, small fries like them would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Even if Spirit Lord Tongxian went there, he would definitely die. What could ordinary people like them do even if they were sent up? Moreover, he had no idea why Spirit Lord Tongxian would suddenly appear here. At the end of the day, they were still in the wrong. Therefore, no one could blame anyone. No one could blame anyone. Don't talk so much. We don't have to care about so many things. These things should be left to other people to do. If there's nothing else, then be a little more careful. Since we were sent here to offend someone, we should think about whether or not we've offended someone in the sect. Lin Xuanga scoffed at this matter. He courted death, and in the end, he really died. Furthermore, he had also caused so much trouble for the entire sect, causing him to lose a lot of time to rest. However, Qin Yu received an uninvited guest on his side. A woman floated down from the sky, like a fairy. With a light tap of her toes, she stood on a branch. However, her body did not move at all. Her pink dress was spotless. However, her gaze was extremely cold, as if it was filled with endless malice. It's you? You don't seem to be very strong. You should be just an ordinary passerby who was implicated. But who asked you to be related to this matter? Spirit Lord Tongxian and Lin Xuanga gave me 200,000. I must give the sect master an explanation. You're just unlucky to have encountered this matter. Duo Shu wanted to find a scapegoat. She did not have the strength to find the Fire Qilin clan. However, if she returned without any results, she would only be punished. So, she would catch as many as she could. Usually, they would use this method to complete their tasks. If they really could not find the culprit, or if the difference in strength was too great, then they would just catch someone who was deeply involved in this matter and return to act as the culprit. This would be considered complete. Qin Yu was the most likely person she had found. If he had resisted and caused all this, it was not unreasonable. It was just that his strength was slightly weaker. However, this was not a big deal. She could directly cripple his strength and then bring him back to say that he was already at the immortal realm. No one would investigate in detail. She could also complete the task naturally and receive the generous reward. This person was at the immortal realm. However, although he was strong, his thoughts were not very pure. Instead of finding the culprit, he wanted to find someone to stand out and take the blame. He did not care if the culprit was innocent or not. He did not even investigate. He did it as soon as he thought of it. He did not care about the lives of ordinary people at all. Unfortunately, the person she provoked this time was not an ordinary person. Duo Shu's strength was not much different from Spirit Lord Tongshuan's. Qin Yu quickly blocked and counterattacked. He estimated the difference in strength between the two of them. Then, he took out the figurine that the Fire Qilin gave him. Once enough power was injected into it, the figurine would grow with the wind. It grew taller and taller until it was the height of two people. Duo Shu's expression changed. I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems that I've accidentally found the real culprit. Such a powerful treasure. Greed flashed through her mind. There was no immortal realm person who did not want to obtain such a treasure. However, she knew that she had to dodge now because she could not beat this figurine that suddenly appeared. She was outstanding for her dexterity. After dodging continuously, the weapon in her hand changed into a small dagger. Without hesitation, she went for Qin Yu's neck. Such a powerful treasure can only be used in my hands. Bang! Qin Yu just stood there. He did not try to dodge. On the contrary, Duo Shu was directly rebounded and took a few steps back. Just as she was about to reveal a flaw, Lin Yiqian's expression changed. A fierce light flashed through the figurine's eyes. The powerful force suppressed Duo Shu until she could not move. Suddenly, a huge palm slapped down. Duo Shu died. One-eyed looked and resigned himself to take the initiative to clean up the corpse. Anyway, this was not the first time. Clean it up. After all, we are in someone else's house. It's best if no one can tell. Qin Yu recalled the figurine and returned to the house. Because Duo Shu had not returned, the people of Xiantian sect were in trouble again. Chapter 903. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Why hasn't she come back yet? How could such a powerful person die without a sound? Duo Shu's death was a huge blow to them. Such a tyrannical expert had died so inexplicably. If someone were to say that there was nothing fishy about this, they would definitely not believe it. How powerful would one have to be able to kill such a powerful expert without a sound? In fact, they didn't even sense any movement. There were many people from the mysterious Heaven sect guarding White Sand City. However, no one knew how it happened. Everyone only found out later that the person was missing and speculated that the person was probably dead. It seems that we still need to be vigilant. We can't ignore the hidden expert. You just need to be vigilant. Let's go back to the mysterious Heaven sect and report this. Otherwise, all of us will die here. None of us will be able to return. Everyone's faces were solemn. Some even showed fear. They were not as powerful as Duoshu. She was so powerful that the expert they looked up to had died without a sound. After that, when they met that expert, could they still resist? Not to mention resisting, they might not even be able to say their last words before they died. Mu Bai was having a headache about how to send all the people from the mysterious Iron Sect back. However, when he turned around, he realized that everyone had retreated from his city. They were all fearful. After he figured out the cause and effect of the matter, he went to find Qin Yu in shock. I did kill a person. However, their sudden retreat has nothing to do with me. Qin Yu did not remember the name of that person. Anyway, that person was already dead. He was completely dead. Even his corpse could not be found. He did not know who the dead person was and did not want to know. However, Mu Bai had sent people to find out. Of course, he knew who the dead person was. He could not help but feel a little scared. It seemed that he should increase Qin Yu's danger level by a bit. Originally, he paid more attention to Qin Yu because of his talent and speed of improvement. He also had a good relationship with the Fire Qilin clan. But now, it seemed that he himself was a very powerful expert and did not need anyone's protection at all. That person is an extremely famous expert. Moreover, her actions are strange. Many people have died at her hands. Qin Yu was still not interested. Since the person was already dead, what was the point of him paying attention? After seeing his expression, Mu Bai knew that there was no point in continuing. Although he was extremely shocked, the person involved didn't take this matter to heart. Even if he was shocked, it was useless. He could only be more careful. If Qin Yu was really dissatisfied with him, he could deal with him the same way he dealt with Duoshu. He could easily get rid of him. At this moment, he didn't even have the slightest thought of keeping her here. If this person stayed, it would be a disaster for him, a trouble that he could never get rid of. Who knew when it would suddenly strike him? Now that the entire Baixia city has been targeted, why don't you go somewhere else? You don't have any identity now, so you might be found out no matter where you go. Instead, there is a place that is very suitable for you. You can think about it carefully. It was a mixed city called Tianzhou. Close to Tianzhou was Yizhou, which was the area where Baixia city was located. If he really wanted to go to Tianzhou, it would not be a troublesome matter. As long as he made the arrangements, he would be able to send her over soon. No need. I'm more interested in the Xiantian sect. The gaze with which Mu Bai looked at Qin Yu was filled with fear and vigilance. In the end, he could only take out the news that he had just received. There are very few people who know about this information. He only managed to connect it with what Qin Yu said earlier by accident. There seemed to be a very powerful expert there, and no one knew where this expert came from. This expert seemed to be very important, especially the people of the Xiantian sect, who were in a terrible state. In fact, Spirit Lord Tongxian came from there. That was why he was able to arrive in such a short time. Unfortunately, he left his life here forever. Also, I heard that you are looking for the Dragon Clan's intermediate level. There are many different clans there, and the Dragon Clan is also there. However, their tracks have been hidden very well. I'm afraid you will have to slowly find them yourself. He would rather lose a large amount of resources than let the trouble continue to stay here. He couldn't afford to keep such a great god. If he made a move, he did not have the confidence to get rid of him directly. Thinking about the people who died so tragically, he could not help but shudder. No matter how he thought about it, it was better to send him out. That way, the risk he wanted to take would be much smaller. So much so that he had already prepared everything and was just short of sending her out. Of course, It was not as if he did not get any benefits. Now that things had calmed down a little, he could peacefully go into seclusion to break through. Chinyu felt that it was a pity. In fact, he wanted to stay and interact more with the Xiantian sect to see what kind of sect it was. If a powerful expert came, it would be a good opportunity for him to train his strength. Now, it seemed that it was not very possible. However, it was more important to find the traces of the Xiantian Shenzhen. Now that he was somewhat famous in the immortal realm, he had already interacted with the Xiantian sect a few times. However, he did not get any news about Shenzhen. It seemed that Shenzhen was a taboo topic here. Although Shenzhen was in the Xiantian sect, he was also an extremely weak person who was nearing the end of his life. His strength could not be compared to the Xiantian Shenzhen. Obviously, they were not the same person. They might not even be on the same side. Then I will go and take a look. Do you still need my help with these things? Mu Bai suddenly shivered, for no reason. Without saying anything, he sent him out with a smile on his face. After sending him away, he wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his head. What a joke! How could he have the guts to ask someone to stay and help him? It wouldn't be long before the entire Baixia city would be torn apart. Therefore, it was better to send him away quickly. It was safer. This time, Chinyu did not ask Along to come out and take him away. That was because the journey there was a long way to go, and he needed someone to show him the way. Chapter 904. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Tianzhou was the most mysterious and chaotic place in the world. Everyone knew that there were many opportunities there, and there were also countless experts. People of all races could exist there. It was a gray area. Prefecture belonged to the human race. The human race was the strongest. Although there were places like the giant Dragon Valley, they were hidden from the world and never showed their faces. Therefore, they were dispensable. However, they could be seen openly there. Some races even ostracized the human race. This was a story for another time. Do you really not want anything else? I've already asked people to prepare so many things. Do you want to take them all? They're all very useful things. When you get there, you can quickly adapt to the environment there. Chinyu smiled and shook his head. If he had to use such a complicated method to adapt to a new place, it would be better to just stay at home. Just like Mu Bai, he didn't need to go out as a city lord. He didn't need to prepare so many things. Wasn't that carefree? Since he often went out, he naturally made all the necessary preparations. The best way to deal with all changes was to stick to the status quo. Unlike Mu Bai, who was being so careful, Mu Bai couldn't say anything. After all, it had been a long time since he went out. He didn't know much about the situation outside. He could only hear about it from others. Most of the time, he didn't know anything. I can deal with these things. As for the things you've prepared, they're useless to me. You should take them back. I've already brought everything that belongs to me. I won't take anything that doesn't belong to me. Since it's a gift, I should have the right to reject it. Chinyu said his last goodbye and left. In Tianzhou, as usual, there were huge and terrifying existences passing by in the sky from time to time. A powerful pressure enveloped every inch of the land without restraint. However, everyone was used to it and didn't take it to heart. They continued to do their own things. Or the hawkers walking the streets and alleys greeting every customer. Or perhaps the shopkeepers of some shops were lying on the counter, bored out of their minds. They were using an abacus to calculate their accounts. Today, another person came. No one cared at all. At most, they would raise their heads to take a look before going back to their own business. There was an unchanging rule in Tianzhou. Don't strike up a conversation with any strangers. Everyone had to be vigilant. There were no real friends or enemies here. Order was a mess. The only thing that could be said was that the strong were respected. This was a principle that had never changed since ancient times. If you had the power, you could walk horizontally, vertically, flying, or even walking backwards. No one would care. If you didn't have the power, it was the complete opposite. You could be bullied on the streets. Are you preparing to stay, or are you preparing to have a meal? The signboard is hanging over there. If there's nothing else, you can go and take a look. Such a casual attitude was the attitude of most people in Tianzhou. Qin Yu directly took out a sparkling, translucent, and completely flawless crystal from his body. The shopkeeper's expression changed immediately. The abacus was thrown to the side. His attitude was so friendly that it was almost flattering. "Sir, what do you want to know?" "Let's not talk about anything else. I know everything around here, like the back of my hand. If you want to ask about something bigger, as long as you have money, there is nothing I can't do." Qin Yu noticed something was wrong as soon as he entered. Although the shopkeeper seemed to be indifferent, both the counter under his body and the wall behind him seemed to be completely different. There seemed to be countless hidden compartments. These small and delicate compartments were often used to send messages. What kind of place would need so many hidden compartments to send so many messages? It must be some large intelligence organization. Thinking that it wasn't some secret organization on the surface, he took out the money. Sure enough, as he had expected, this was an organization that sold information on the surface. Tianzhou's chaos and lack of order were exactly as the rumors said. As long as the matter is done well, there will be many benefits. There was an extra black bag on the table. The bag was bulging, and when it fell, it made an extremely crisp sound. Based on his many years of experience, the shopkeeper's ears twitched slightly. He knew that there must be a crystal of the highest quality inside. These things were very valuable. He immediately understood that this was a big customer. The smile on his face became even brighter. Even his old face was covered in wrinkles. "I need a place that is safe enough to stay, and all the information about Xian Tian and the powerhouses that appeared out of nowhere. About the other party's strength, realm, age, and appearance. Tell me everything. I want you to know everything. Of course, if possible, organize all the information about the Dragon Clan in Tianzhou." The shopkeeper's hand swiped and confirmed that he didn't need that much information. Out of the 3 conditions, only the first one was easy to fulfill. However, the latter 2 were not cheap. It wasn't that he didn't have any information at all, but he wasn't sure if Qin Yu could pay such a large sum of money. Of course, Qin Yu didn't have that much money on him. But he didn't just have money. There were things that were much more precious than these crystals. He only needed to deduct a bit from one-eye's ration. The cost of buying information was more than enough. After the deposit was paid, the shopkeeper began to make arrangements. However, there wasn't much information about Xian Tian and the powerhouses that appeared out of nowhere. But someone accidentally found traces of an unknown powerhouse in a certain place and left the words Xian Tian. Other than that, there was nothing else. They could only provide information about that place and a series of guesses about the powerhouse's identity. Logically speaking, this kind of useless information shouldn't be sold at a high price, but they were the only ones selling this kind of information in broad daylight. It was normal for the price to be higher and more outrageous. The last piece of information was more common. Chapter 905. However, there was a huge amount of information. All the information related to the Dragon Clan in Tianzhou, regardless of whether it was some groundless rumors or some news that was confirmed to be true. There was no doubt about it. They were all sent to Qin Yu. Just the information alone was enough to pile up into a small mountain. If you're willing to spend a sum of money, I can help you record this huge amount of information into a slip. That way, you can easily browse through the information. Qin Yu does not lack this bit of money nor this bit of resources. He directly engraved all the information he bought into a slip. It didn't take much time to browse through it. He only needed a thought to find the information he wanted. Of course, the price he had to pay was also very high. At this moment, outside this so-called very safe residence, two people sneakily stuck their heads out to look around. One of the people with unkempt hair and a dirty face pointed at the courtyard and said to the other person, "I'm sure I saw him take out an endless amount of money with my own eyes, and he's not very strong. Although he should have some ability since he dared to come here casually and take out such a large amount of money, but you've already reached the immortal soul stage." The other person couldn't help but nod proudly when he heard this. Indeed, he had just broken through not long ago. However, this was the immortal soul stage. It was enough to make a name for himself in Tianzhou. However, his strength had broken through, but his wealth hadn't changed at all. He could only use this method. This was the so-called looting and pillaging. Originally, it was just that the unkempt hooligan owed him a sum of money, and he wanted to take it all back. However, he now learned from the hooligan that a person who wasn't very strong had a huge amount of money in his hands. For him, who had just broken through, there was nothing better than this news. If I really get a sum of money from that guy this time, then between the two of us, I'll take 9%, and you'll take 1%. The hooligan gritted his teeth, his heart filled with hatred. No matter how big the money was, he would only get 10%. Plus, he still had to pay back the money. In the end, what he received was only a small amount, and it might not even be enough to pay for a meal. But now, he had no other way to repay this debt. Therefore, even if he could only get a small portion of it, he still had to do it. Not only did he have to do it beautifully, but he also had to guarantee that he would succeed this time. Otherwise, his entire family would have to live in the shadows day and night. There are two people sneaking around outside. One-eyed, set up a barrier outside and see what they're up to. If they harbor ill intentions, just make them lose themselves in the illusion. In the end, just dispose of it and throw it on the street. Qin Yu then closed his eyes again. He didn't seem to care about what was happening outside. One-eyed followed his instructions and set up a barrier outside, which would allow them to temporarily enter the illusion unknowingly. After the two of them entered the environment, they found that things had gone much smoother than before. They had successfully killed everyone and obtained countless riches. The mountains of crystals and the countless treasures seemed to be able to dazzle their eyes. One-eyed clearly understood what they wanted to do. He didn't show any mercy. It caused them to be trapped in an illusion. The two of them thought that they had taken a huge amount of money and done countless things that they had dreamed of doing. However, after the drunken stupor, he died quietly. The corpse still had a proud and arrogant smile on it, as if it was very satisfied and proud. The sudden appearance of such a strange corpse in the middle of a crowded street only gave them a fright at most. Isn't this the hooligan Xiao-san? Why is the one next to him boss do? What a pity. I heard that he just broke through to the immortal soul realm not long ago. Yeah, it's really a pity that he died this time. Let's disperse. Let's disperse. It's only two people who died. The crowd quickly dispersed in silence. Even if two people died, to them, it was just like eating and drinking. It was a normal thing. In Tianzhou, there were many people who died mysteriously like this. No one could control it. Perhaps some people would be greedy and take these corpses away. After all, some races didn't mind eating human flesh. The thing that Tianzhou didn't lack the least was other races. Killing and robbing were very common, let alone a few fresh corpses that suddenly appeared on the street. It was just a normal thing. This matter really didn't cause any waves. It was just that a few people saw everything. Mr. Wanji had already learned about this strange person from the shopkeeper. He seemed to have a lot of money on him, and he seemed to have come here to look for something. But the strange thing was that his strength was only average. Before, he had noticed that the hooligan Xiao San had his eyes on this person. He was thinking about whether or not to warn him, but who knew that he would die just like that? It seems that he's not a simple person. Everyone, be careful. Don't provoke him if there's nothing. Of course, record all his information. I have a feeling that soon someone will pay a lot of money to buy information about him. His premonitions often came true. Not all of them would come true, but at least 80% of them would come true. Thus, the shopkeeper over there immediately started to have people enter everything that happened after they saw Qinyu. After knowing that not a single detail was missed, he relaxed a little. In fact, every customer who transacted with them would be recorded just like this. In the end, the effect was quite obvious. They were sold to other people as part of the information. This was already an unspoken rule, and very few people cared about it. Even if they cared, so what? Those who were weak weren't a threat. Those who were strong, then they would set the price as high as possible. If there were fewer people who wanted to buy the information, no one would be able to hold them accountable even if they pursued the matter. Qin, you noticed that someone was spying on him, but this time he didn't have any bad intentions like before. Instead, it seemed like they were looking at him out of curiosity. He wouldn't care about this kind of probing gaze. But he couldn't let it continue like this. As expected, a so-called safe place wasn't safe at all. The money he spent before was wasted. Chapter 906. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. There was no place in Tianzhou that was absolutely safe. A layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Mr. Wanji's back. He didn't take this matter to heart at first, but just now he could feel that someone was watching him. He couldn't find the other party's location and didn't know who it was. But it was because of this that he felt extremely terrified. He was always the one who spied on others. He had never seen someone watching him like this. This person's strength is far above mine. But who could it be? If his strength isn't above mine, then it's easy to say. It's most likely him. Qinyu then noticed that a line of sight had disappeared without a trace. He probably sensed the danger, but it had nothing to do with him. The dragon soul had already investigated and returned. The place where the mysterious person appeared was really desolate. There were only countless caves and many ferocious beasts. Groups of beasts shuttled through the caves, bringing a lot of pressure to people. Very few people would go there unless they wanted to hunt those beasts. I did find some traces there, but I can't be sure if it was left behind by someone who stayed there for a long time or by someone who went there to explore. Although he found some clues, there were very few clues there. Qin, you was going to take a look today. Even if there were fewer choices, and it was very likely that it wasn't Xiantian Shenzhen. But since he was already here, it was better to go and take a look. There was a wasteland everywhere. Other than the wasteland, there was only a very large cave entrance. There was a kind of ape-like creature in the cave, but it often came in groups. Spiders lived in the cave and caught people on sight to eat them. But because it didn't have any intelligence, it had always been rejected. It couldn't be considered a race and could only be called a fierce beast. But this kind of monster still had some redeeming qualities. This kind of small beast was good at taking a special material in the mountain and transforming it into an extremely rare material. This kind of material was very expensive on the market, so there were often some strong people who formed small groups to explore. Now, there were indeed some traces of people outside, but it was hard to be sure if they were left behind by the small groups that came to explore. There were several caves in front of him. Chinyu just casually picked one of them and walked in. Sure enough, it was empty inside. There was nothing at all. Only the rotten and sour smell was somewhat unbearable. The soil on the ground wasn't soft, but rather sticky. When one stepped on it, a lot of mud would stick to the soles of their shoes. It looked very disgusting. As he walked forward, he heard some noises. A dark brown shadow flashed by as fast as lightning, its sharp claws glinting in the darkness. What an animal! Earlier, Chin, you had already noticed that there was something in the surroundings. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the beast couldn't hold back anymore. He actually wanted to sneak up on him from behind. The dragon's soul stood at the side and did not make a move. Chinyu slapped this guy to death. His strength was not bad, but perhaps because he had been guarding the periphery, his movements were more agile. However, it was lacking in other aspects and had no defensive capabilities. One slap was enough to kill this guy directly, and it seemed to be more than enough. Leaving a fresh corpse here would attract attention sooner or later. Moreover, these guys all lived in groups. The appearance of one meant that there were more not far away. It might even attract countless ferocious beasts. Let's leave here for now. Chinyu was not going to stay here any longer. He turned around and left. Naturally, the body parts were tossed aside by them and no longer cared about. They could also be used as bait. As long as the corpse was placed here, the other murderers would only follow the smell to find the corpse. When the time came, they would not be able to find any trace of them. It would not be easy to discover their existence. After they left, a group of people walked in. After seeing the corpse on the ground, their expressions changed. He wanted to retreat, but a ferocious roar had already come out. The entrance of the cave had been blocked, and there were beasts with red eyes everywhere. They had nowhere to run and hide. Who the hell put a corpse here? It was actually placed at this entrance. If I had known, I would have chosen a few other places to come in. Let's not talk about it. Let's run first. The smell of blood on this corpse is enough to cause a riot. I reckon there will be an endless stream of monsters rushing out by now. The group of people killed the murderers around them cleanly, but they could only dodge frequently. No one would really go against such an existence. Without absolute strength, clashing with a large group of monsters would only cause them to die without a burial ground. Chinyu had already walked far away, so he did not know what was happening here for the time being. Although One-Eyed saw it, he did not take it to heart. Wouldn't it be better if a group of people suddenly appeared to help them withstand this part of the pressure? On the contrary, it would make it easier for them to search deeper. Now, all the monsters had been lured there. It also meant that it was more convenient for them to move. He could even walk around freely without encountering any ferocious beasts. Come out. You've been watching over there for a long time. Why aren't you coming out? Do you want me to catch you? Chinyu's face did not have any superfluous expression. He seemed to be looking for air, but he knew that there was indeed a person in the direction he was looking. Originally, he just felt that there was something strange over there. After asking One-Eyed to look, sure enough, someone had used a special method to hide their figure over there. Unfortunately, this kind of thing was useless in front of One-Eyed. Gradually, a faint shadow appeared in the empty place. Soon, the illusory figure became even more solid until it truly stepped out. Situ Hua was very surprised. How could his perfect hiding be discovered? He did not know how many people he had used this method to hide from before. Many people were even toyed with in the palm of his hand. Because of this, nothing would happen even if he casually toyed with them. But now, things were somewhat out of his expectations and somewhat out of his control. I don't seem to have to answer your question. Chapter 907. You must be the strange person who has been hiding here all this time. suddenly appearing with great strength. Such a person would usually attract attention. Situ Hua suddenly became alert. Suddenly, the yin-yang chaos balls in his hands shot out. One black and one white chaos ball streaked through the air. They brushed past Qin Yu's neck and smashed into the wall behind him, deeply embedding themselves in it. Then a huge crack appeared on the wall, and it continued to spread. Qin Yu did not sense any malice, so he did not dodge. In other words, even if his senses were wrong, these two balls would not be able to harm him at all. The strange person who suddenly appeared was only at the immortal level. Once, an expert of the same level had died by his hand. Facing Situ Hua, he was naturally unfazed. "Are you done probing?" "Originally, I only wanted to come here to find some clues. But now, it seems that you are not the clue I was looking for." Qin Yu did not manage to find any clues that he wanted here. Thus, he prepared to leave directly. To him, this place was not attractive at all. He might as well go find all the dragon clan in Tianzhou. That way, he could use them to increase his strength. All he needed to do was to beat the dragon clan into submission. But after hearing his words, Situ Hua's expression suddenly became a little strange. "Wait a minute. You said you wanted to find me for clues. Don't tell me you want to find a powerful Senzin?" Not long after, the two of them sat in front of a fire and had a long talk. Situ Hua had also arrived here not long ago. He came here because he was being hunted down. Something had happened in his family. Now, it was chaos everywhere. If he was found, only death would await him. When he was at the end of his rope, a Senzin suddenly appeared, saved him and casually threw him here. That senior seemed to have something urgent before he left. He told me to stay here. If anyone comes looking for him, I should tell them not to worry. He's just going to deal with some small problems. It's just that I didn't expect that the person I found wasn't as strong as Senior. Originally, he thought that it must be an extremely powerful person, so he had been waiting here for a long time with apprehension. However, a lot of people had come in order to find out his background. He really spent a lot of effort to avoid those people's pursuit. For this reason, he had exhausted almost all of his mental and physical strength. Finally, the person he had been waiting for had arrived. Calculating the time, it just so happened to match up with Xiantian Senzin's time. Now that he knew that everything was fine, the reason why Xiantian Senzin hadn't shown up was not because he wasn't in the three realms, but because he had gone to deal with some trouble. Qin Yu was even less anxious now. Right now, it's quite peaceful outside. I don't see anyone trying to capture you. It's always been chaotic outside. Even if a few people died on the streets, no one would care. Why don't you go out? The environment here isn't very good. Actually, it wasn't very good. It was a complete mess. There was no order. As long as one was strong enough, one could do anything there. Even if one wanted to rely on their strength to take over this piece of land and become the king of the mountain, as long as one had enough strength, it wasn't difficult to do that. Defeat all those who resisted, and naturally, no one would resist anymore. However, this piece of land in Tianzhou was divided up by a few experts. They couldn't differentiate between the top and bottom, and the territories under their jurisdiction were also in chaos. There was no order. After all the experts only pursued strength. Of course, they weren't good at management, so they were still the same when they were in charge. Situ Hua had heard about it long ago. The reason he stayed here was to fulfill his promise. Right, this is something that Lord Senzin said he wanted to give you. It was a tightly wrapped box. The lock on the box was still hanging, and there was no trace of it being opened. If someone didn't say it, one would think that it was just an ordinary box, and no one would suspect that there was something special or strange in the box. Qin Yu opened the box directly and saw a book of martial arts inside. The annihilation thunder. Compared to the heavenly thunderbreak, the annihilation thunder's power was even higher. Even a saint king would be reduced to dust under such a powerful force. Of course, for Qin Yu, it was also very draining. Situ Hua glanced at it unintentionally, and his body trembled. Could it be that this is the legendary annihilation, divine thunder that could crush countless experts 10,000 years ago? Wasn't it destroyed by all the experts a long time ago? Now, why would it appear here? Back then, because the power of this move was too strong, all the experts worked together and used all their strength to kill that person. From then on, this was a supreme divine technique. It was completely lost and disappeared without a trace in the immortal world. No trace of it could be found in the entire ninefold God realm. He only knew about this because he had some background in his family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the right to know, because from a certain point of view, this was already a secret. Taking action in private to get rid of an expert who was a threat to everyone was considered a secret. After all, if word got out, it would seem that they weren't very open. Is it very powerful? Of course it is. I heard that not only is it very powerful, but it is also very difficult to learn. Back then, that person was already a rare peerless heaven's pride. When he accidentally obtained this secret manual, it took him nearly half a month to barely get started. As Situ Hua spoke, he suddenly saw a flash of lightning in Qin Yu's palm, accompanied by a faint, purple light. From time to time, crackling sounds could be heard. He suddenly felt a stinging pain in his face. More than half a month to get started. Was this really a peerless heaven's pride? Qin Yu had only casually flipped through it a few times, and he had already grasped it completely. Looks like I should try out its power. The aura of this divine thunder was extremely deep. It had a powerful destructive power. No wonder it was called annihilation. But as for how strong it was, he still had to try it out in other places. Don't look at me. I'll take you to the monster's nest over there. Go there and try it out. Situ Hua didn't dare to stay by his side any longer. He was afraid that his hand would slip and the divine thunder would hit him. If that happened, he would definitely die. Chapter 908. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Coincidentally, there was a place for them to practice their skills. In the depths of the cave, there were countless monsters gathered. If they accidentally barged in, there was a high chance that they would not be able to return alive. No matter how powerful they would only be exhausted if countless monsters swarmed them. However, Situ Hua was not afraid at all, with the godly thunder of annihilation in his hand. If the godly thunder of annihilation could not allow the two of them to kill their way out of the tens of thousands of monsters, they would not be able to live up to their reputation. If you are confident in your own strength, you and I can go into the depths of the cave. It will be a good opportunity for me to broaden my horizons. I can finally experience such godly thunder of annihilation. Although no one would believe me, I think I will remember this for the rest of my life. Qin Yu happened to lack a guide. If Situ Hua suggested it himself, it would be fine. Even if he did not suggest it himself, he would have asked someone to lead the way for him. The underground cave was connected in all directions. Situ Hua had stayed here for a few months, so he could enter and exit as he pleased. He remembered all the tunnels in his heart. However, he only remembered most of them. One could only imagine how well connected the underground tunnels were. If he had to search for them himself, he would need at least half a day to find the real cave of the monsters. Of course, for others, they would not get lost in the complicated tunnels. They were already very strong and had a very strong mind. He kept the godly thunder of annihilation in his palm. Then he went deeper into the cave. The deeper they went, the more gloomy and cold they could feel. There was also a faint smell of blood and a nauseating stench. All sorts of smells and gloomy auras were added together. It would be fine for an ordinary person to stay here for a day or two. However, if they stayed here for half a month, they would not be able to take it. From this, it could be seen that Sidu Hua was able to stay here for a long time without being affected. He must have been through a lot and had a very strong mind. The moment Master came up, he met a young master from an aristocratic family with some status. However, he did not know which sect he was from or which family he was from. Their speed was extremely fast, and Sidu Hua knew the underground passageway like the back of his hand. In just a few breaths of time, they had already gradually approached the deepest part of the crypt, and the rotting smell that assaulted their nostrils became even stronger. It was as if there were countless corpses piled up in the surroundings, constantly rotting and fermenting. That was why there was such a nauseating smell. The smell here is rather unpleasant. If one were to walk further in, it would simply be difficult for one to walk. Based on my previous experience, it's better to quickly find something to block the sense of smell. Only then can we step in. Otherwise, the sour smell that is coming at us is really... Qin Yu immediately held his breath. With his current strength, he could even hold his breath for a long time. It didn't even affect his strength at all. The dragon soul didn't care about the smell of the rotting corpse. Situ Hua was about to follow suit when he suddenly smelled a faint fragrance in the air. As for the cold and damp stench of decay and the faint smell of blood, it was as if it had suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if the feeling he had before was just an illusion. Why did it suddenly change? Could it be that those guys are all dead? But even so, there shouldn't be such a strong fragrance. He had never smelled this smell before. Not only had he never smelled it before, but he had never even seen it in other places. With his memory, there was absolutely no mistake. But where did this inexplicable fragrance come from? This was naturally the doing of the one-eyed man. This fragrance proved that it was in the ancient region where he had lived before. The unique fragrance of the grass that grew all over the mountains and plains. Other than this fragrance, it was barely edible and had no other effect. But this smell could also be regarded as refreshing. At least it was many times stronger than the cold and rotten smell from before. Of course, this was an illusion created by himself. He had only tampered with his sense of smell. The smell was simply too nauseating and unbearable. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Situ Hua's shock did not lessen at all. He had also experienced countless illusions. Although he was not proficient in this field, he still had some understanding. But it was so real, as if this fragrance was right next to him. Even if he now knew that this was just an illusion, he still could not find any loopholes. It was so real and so magical that it made him dumbfounded. Sure enough, those who knew Senzin were not simple people. Originally, his attitude towards Qin Yu was very good and could be said to be very kind. But because of his strength, he placed himself on the same level as Qin Yu. But at this moment, he couldn't help but think highly of him and secretly lowered his own status a little. Although there are many dire beasts inside, they are all insignificant characters. There are only 3 that I need to pay attention to, and their strength can be said to be not bad. If you need, I can help by the side and help you restrain them. Although he was not confident that he could defeat the 3 dire beasts, the rotten blood apes. However, it was still possible to hold them back for a short while and even escape unscathed after that. Otherwise, as an outsider, he would not be able to live so peacefully after being surrounded several times. At this moment, a pair of terrifying scarlet eyes opened in the depths of the cave. It seemed to be able to see Qin Yu and Sidu Hua through the endless gray soil and darkness. Was it the hairless monkey that jumped up and down? I didn't expect to bring another one. He's not very strong, but why does he give me a sense of danger? He seems to be a fatal threat to me. There seemed to be some doubt in the cold scarlet eyes. He did not understand why this person who had suddenly appeared could give him such a sense of danger. At his level of strength, there was an extremely mysterious feeling in the unseen world. Perhaps this person who had suddenly appeared was the death tribulation that he would not be able to pass, and could bring him the threat of death. When faced with a threat, he would only make two choices: either flee or kill. Even if a mystic immortal was his death tribulation, as long as he was careful, getting rid of him would be the best solution. The scarlet eyes gradually faded. Only an extremely old and simple voice was left, echoing in the cave for a long time. It seemed to never dissipate. Kill all these outsiders. Don't leave a single one alive. Suddenly, all the passageways began to shake, and dust was kicked up. Chapter 909. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Oh no. If not for the fact that all the ferocious beasts had come out of their nests for such a huge commotion. Even if Sidu Hua was beaten to death, he would not believe that there were other possibilities. As expected, before he could even think about it, more than 10 small groups surrounded the two of them. He could not help but laugh bitterly. Looks like there's no shortage of people to practice with now. Countless monsters seemed to have received an order, and all of them came out of their nests, causing a huge commotion. If they could not leave in a short period of time, no one knew how long these tunnels could last. Usually, some of the tunnels would collapse, but these ferocious beasts would dig out a new tunnel not long after. However, if they caused such a huge commotion and all the ferocious beasts came to attack them, they would be trapped here even if the tunnels were dug out. It would be difficult for them to escape. These rotten blood apes are the most ferocious. Once they've made up their minds, they won't regret it. They don't fear death at all. Even if their limbs are flying and their flesh is torn to pieces, they won't stop. As long as they're still breathing, they'll continue to come to us. What should we do now? In just a short while, 10 bloody apes had already died at Sidu Hua's hands. However, there were even more surrounding them. They were densely packed and completely surrounded him. No matter how much strength he had, he could not guarantee that he would be able to carve out an absolutely safe path. These damn and disgusting fellows were simply endless. In the end, as if he had made up his mind, Situ Hua suddenly clenched his teeth. He threw the yin-yang pearls in his hand into the air, forming a huge 8 trigrams diagram. He immediately suppressed them and temporarily formed an extremely safe place between them. Even if the bloody apes wanted to charge forward, they would be blocked by the 8 trigrams diagram and could not get close. I'll stop these fellows. You go first. I believe that since you could walk in unscathed and find me so quickly, you're definitely not strong enough. You'll definitely be able to leave this place safely. I'll take the pressure here. Don't worry, I'll bring up the rear. Regardless of whether it was the matter entrusted to him by Xiantian Senzin, he still wanted to make friends with Qin Yu. At least, he couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. It was only after a period of struggle and hesitation that he finally made up his mind and made such a choice. Bang, 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 bang. Countless monsters crashed into them. They had rotten and smelly hair, red eyes, and fangs that were dripping with salt water. One by one, the faces squeezed over. At this moment, a thick wall of flesh had been built outside the 8 trigrams. Situ Hua's expression turned even more solemn. He could not hold on for much longer. As the impact on the 8 trigrams increased, fine cracks began to appear on its surface. When he saw this, he exerted even more strength to stabilize the 8 trigrams diagram and block all the pressure. You go first. Leave the rest to me. Hurry up and leave. It'll be too late. if we don't leave now. Situ Hua was already having a hard time holding on. This situation was already his limit. In fact, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. At most, he would only be able to delay them for a short while. Any longer, and he would have to personally take action. Even if he had the power to crush these bastards, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be exhausted. He didn't dare to use his own life to test the limits of his endurance. However, Qin Yu still stood motionless as if he didn't hear him, just as Situ Hua was getting more and more anxious. Just as the Yin-Yang Pisces diagram was about to shatter, suddenly he laughed soundlessly, and wisps of purple lightning appeared on his hand. There was an extremely terrifying aura of destruction on it. It seemed to be able to destroy everything. Who said I was going to run? Do you still need to run in this situation? Now that so many have come, I can use them to practice. I think you've forgotten why we're here. Situ Hua couldn't help but be enlightened, but at the same time, he felt a little bitter. If there were dozens of them, it would be fine. He could slowly use them to practice, but there were as many as the sea, densely packed. As far as the eye could see, it could give one goosebumps for no reason. The purple lightning slowly condensed into one. The palm-sized thunderball shone with a destructive light. The moment the Yin-Yang Pisces diagram shattered, the thunderball suddenly flew up and propped up a huge net. It enveloped all of them, and it was still spreading outwards. All the blood apes that came into contact with the thunder screamed and turned into a pile of gray powder. Wherever the thunder passed, not a single trace of life was left. In just a few breaths of time, the densely packed blood apes around them had been wiped out. Qin Yu saw that he didn't miss anything and retracted the thunder. However, its power was indeed a little shocking, and the move he suddenly thought of just now seemed to be extremely lethal. It was most effective to use it to clean up these densely packed little bugs. This is too unbelievable, isn't it? It's really enviable. You already have such great power at your current level. I wonder what you'll become in the future. At the very least, he would be at the level of an overlord. Even Senzen could look forward to it. Qin Yu was a little unsatisfied, although this way he would also be able to witness the power of the annihilation thunder. However, these were just some small bugs. Who would care if they stepped on a few ants to death? Even if he stepped on an ant's nest, it was still just an ant. Take me deeper and continue forward. There's nothing else here. Even if we come again, we can get rid of it with a wave of our hand. Then there would be no point. If he wanted to find something, he would have to find the most powerful one. Situ Hua was a little stunned. Then he nodded helplessly and continued to lead the group deeper into the forest. Now, he could see clearly that with his little power, he was just showing off in front of an expert in front of Qin Yu. If they really fought with his high level, he wouldn't have any advantage at all. Indeed, there was always someone better. In this world, no matter how strong one was, one couldn't underestimate anyone. Even if that person's level was much lower than one's, one couldn't underestimate them. Otherwise, if one was unlucky, how would one know if the so-called weakling that one looked down on just now wasn't the incarnation of some almighty being, or perhaps a peerless genius in the future who had the power to cross a big level at such a young age and defeat a powerhouse? When that time came, one's death would be so unjust. As they walked, they left behind countless gray dust. Chapter 9-10. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. These were the corpses left behind by the little bugs that came to seek death. No one cared about how many gray marks there were on the ground. After all, they were too weak even if they came in a swarm. Qin Yu did not use his full strength at all. He just released a bolt of annihilation lightning, and it was enough to kill all the blood apes. and in a place far away from them, a small group of people looked at the huge commotion that was all over the place. Their faces were ashen. If they could not leave this place, they would die here. No one could come and go as they pleased like Chinyu, with only the cultivation of a mystic immortal. Who caused all this? Don't let me know. Otherwise, I won't let him off. These guys are all moving. It seems like they came out in full force. This means that the guy who provoked the terrifying existence in the deepest part of the cave must be a powerful expert. At least, he is powerful enough to make the existence in the deepest part of the cave pay attention to him. How could such a powerful expert fall into their hands? In other words, even if they knew who caused all this, they did not have the strength to do so. However, they did not know that they were only half right. They were still working hard to survive. Gradually, they were all injured. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat. They were forced to go deeper and deeper into the cave. At the same time, they were approaching the deepest part of the cave from another place. Situ Hua led the group and turned left and right. After passing through countless forks, they finally saw a wide open area. There was no lower city here, nor were there any buildings. There was only a sticky substance all over the ground. It was unknown what kind of rotten mucus was left behind. There were also countless blood apes. Moreover, there were not only countless little bugs here. One of them was 2 feet and 8 inches long. His body was fierce-looking, and his eyes were red. However, he stood there calmly, sizing them up without any emotion. He stared at their every move. "Are you the guy who made my king fearful, but dangerous? Then let me get rid of you for my king. Use your blood as a sacrifice to my king's order." Chinyu stood there and clapped with a smile. It was as if the other party was not talking about him. This was exactly what he wanted. As for the so-called kings, he would have to meet them sooner or later. To feel a threat from him, that person's strength would not exceed the Saint King realm. It was the best way to practice. Coincidentally, I also want to meet your so-called king. If I want to see him, do I have to pass through you? The tall blood ape stared at him intently. Without another word, he exerted force with his hind legs and leaped up. If they wanted to see their king, they had to go through him first. This was a fixed rule. This was also his life's mission. It was different from other monsters that had no emotions and only knew how to chase after flesh and blood. This was an existence with its own wisdom and even its own beliefs. This guy was different. But for Chinyu, could it be that a slightly stronger ant was not an ant? At the end of the day, the essence was still the same. Some of the stronger ants could only attract his attention, but they were still unable to pose any danger to him. After a few moves, the slightly stronger crimson ape was no match for him. Soon it was defeated. Its body was covered in blood, causing countless ordinary crimson apes below to riot. Some of them were even ready to attack. They wanted to devour his blood and bones. As expected, a beast will be a beast. Even if you have such powerful strength, you can't escape from your instincts. After Chinyu finished saying those words, he directly slapped this slightly stronger crimson ape down with a palm strike. Then, blood splattered everywhere. As for those crazy ordinary crimson apes, they were all turned into powder by the power of his divine thunder. Not a single one was left. After they left, the small team reappeared here, but they were surprised to find that there was not a single crimson ape. Instead, the ground was covered in dust. But no matter how they looked at it, this place looked like the legendary crimson ape's nest. As expected, there is an expert walking in front of us. It looks like he used the power of lightning to destroy all the monsters in an instant. Used lightning? Could he be from the other 8 realms? They all thought of the mysteries of the other realms. If an expert from those realms suddenly crossed over, they would not be surprised at all. However, They were a little curious. Why would such a powerful expert come here? Looking at the situation of the battle, for that expert senior, he could directly destroy this place with a wave of his hand. It was so superfluous. It made them somewhat unable to see through this mysterious senior who was only in their guesses. What was his background? What was his purpose? When they walked to an extremely deep and huge cave entrance, Chinyu suddenly stopped and did not continue to walk in. It was not because he sensed how powerful the vast and deep aura was. It was because he finally noticed the few people who had been following behind him. Those people were getting closer and closer. This is really surprising. I didn't expect that there would be so much negligence. At this moment, because those people were walking very fast, they were in a hurry to walk over and see the situation in front. However, when they were grateful, what they saw was not an old and powerful senior. Instead, they saw two young people. If they counted the dragon soul, they could be considered 3 people. However, none of them fit the image of a senior in their hearts. The leader of the group could not help but look at Situ Hua. It seemed that his realm was the highest among all of them. Could it be that he was the super expert who destroyed countless blood apes with a wave of his hand? "Hello, senior." The few people bowed in unison. However, it was not aimed at Chinyu. Instead, it was aimed at Situ Hua. Situ Hua was smiling, thinking that they had good taste. They could actually tell that Chinyu was a powerhouse at a glance. However, he suddenly realized that the angle did not seem right. The cold sweat on his forehead dripped down in an instant. No, no, no. I can't be a senior. Don't you see that there is someone in front of you who is stronger than me? I'm just a guide. What a joke. He did not dare to take on such a big name. He did not have the strength to destroy thousands of blood apes with a wave of his hand. Not only did he not have that strength, but he was also very envious. Moreover, the emotions in his heart were very complicated. To be honest, it was not just envy. There was also a hidden fear. After all, as long as Chinyu was dissatisfied or unhappy, he could directly turn him into ashes with a wave of his hand, even if he might end up better than those monsters. Chapter 9:11. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation, but in the end, he would still be reduced to a pile of black powder. Nothing would be left except his ashes. Chinyu didn't say anything. It was just a title. Strength was something that depended on oneself. Others might think that he was strong or weak. It wouldn't affect his strength at all. Whether he was strong or weak had nothing to do with others. Why should he care about the words of these ignorant people? Looking at the slightly surprised and doubtful gazes of those people, he also saw Situ Hua's expression of fear and trepidation. Chinyu smiled slightly. Brother Situ is just being humble. Don't be fooled by him. After all, his strength is there for all to see. He's already in the immortal realm. Sure enough, a look of sudden realization appeared on those people's faces. No wonder, no wonder. It turned out that Senior was just being modest. All of them were even more convinced. Situ Hua felt bitter in his heart, but there was no other way. He was walking in front of them, and he had to face these people's questions and their worshipful gazes that made him feel pressured. All of this was within Chinyu's expectations. Lan Feng was brainless and was used by others at the beginning. Later on, she shamelessly clung onto him and wanted to be his disciple. He knew that sometimes having a great reputation and being respected by others wasn't a good thing. He came here to practice, to see the limit of the Divine Thunder's power in his hands. If there was a group of followers around him, asking him all sorts of questions, praising him as senior with smiles and fawning on him, then how would he be able to do what he wanted to do? This was the so-called entanglement of worldly affairs. Now, Situ Hua was mistaken by those people as an expert who killed countless blood apes with a flick of his finger. It saved him a lot of trouble. It's too dangerous to go any further. Brother Situ, I'll go first. Situ Hua knew what she wanted to do. She just wanted to get rid of these burdens and face the strongest ape king by herself. But he was full of bitterness. Even if he wanted to follow, there was nothing he could do now. Those people were too entangled. Moreover, they didn't know the truth of the matter. At this moment, he had no choice but to clarify the matter. But no one was willing to believe his words. Seeing her walk further and further away, he could not help but tell her the truth. However, no one believed him. They only felt that he was being too modest. Master is still more wise and decisive. Those people are really too noisy. Sure enough, it's better to have fewer people. Whether it's doing things or displaying my strength, it's more convenient and freer. As for Situ Hua, he was forced to bear all the pressure. As long as he didn't take the initiative to expose the name of a super expert, he could gain a lot of benefits from it. The reputation of such an expert was also a layer of protection for him. At the very least, without sufficient strength, few people would dare to make a move against him. Situ Hua quickly understood this point. Although he was mentally tired, he did not reject these little fellows pestering him. He had no choice but to temporarily retreat. But when he retreated out of the cave, he was unwilling to leave no matter what. At the very least, he had to wait here for Qinyu to come out again. If something really happened, it would be convenient for him to rush over in time if he stayed here. If he could help, it would be better. Qinyu entered the entrance that was half the size of a town. The kernels inside were pitch black, as if they could not tolerate the existence of any light. In the entire immortal world, there were very few such existences. Once they appeared, they might not be a disaster, but they would at least be an overlord-level existence. Because this meant that the existence in the cave had the ability to devour a territory, although its strength does not exceed the Sage King level. But it is also extremely special. It can continuously create low-level monsters like the Blood Ape. The Blood Ape's strength was comparable to a mid-stage celestial immortal. Thinking about the countless monsters with such strength running over without fear of death, it was enough to occupy a piece of land. This was a place that had already been occupied, but for some reason, the king in the depths had no intention of expanding outwards. It seemed to be very obedient, but even if these monsters had their own rationality and thoughts, could they still be obedient domestic pets? Thinking about it, it was impossible. But all bloodthirsty creatures had the desire to conquer the world. Of course, it was for a more abundant source of food, as well as the endless expansion of their ambitions. Qinyu flipped his palm, and a warm white light appeared in his palm, illuminating the area 10 meters around him. This light was enough to illuminate 100 meters, but for some reason, the light seemed to be suppressed here. So it could only illuminate a radius of 10 meters around him and could not illuminate any further. Sure enough, there was something strange about this place. And it was not just strange on the surface. Qinyu turned around and began to walk inch by inch in the surrounding area. He walked extremely slowly. It was as if there was only the sound of his footsteps left in this world. Unknowingly, the people around him had disappeared. A pair of enormous crimson-colored eyes that were filled with tyrannical killing intent were staring at Qinyu's back. It stretched out its sharp claws. This kind of trick is useless against me. Similar things have happened countless times. Don't you dark creatures know how to change your tricks? Every time, it tried to confuse his mind. But these things were useless against him. He had already sensed it when the owner of the pair of eyes stared at him. After all, it was so malicious If its senses were really that weak, it could not even sense such strong malicious intent. Then he was not far from death. Even if I didn't go to graduate school, I couldn't have ignored you. Should I say that you are brainless or unlucky? The king of blood apes could not believe it. It had used this kind of trick many times. There was almost no one who could not be affected in this kind of situation. As long as he was affected a little, he would have won. While watching the battle like this was also his place. As long as he revealed the slightest flaw, he would be able to easily obtain the final victory. But no, why are you not affected? No matter how strong and firm a person's mind is, they will be suspicious in a vigilant state. Have you never thought that this might be a trap set by me? I have never thought that this might be an illusion. As long as there was a flaw in his mind, even if it was just for a moment, he would doubt whether he had fallen into a trap. He would be able to seize the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. All he needed was a split second of time. How ignorant! Chapter 9:12. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Many people have died at my hands in the past. They were all in such disbelief. But that's only because they haven't met me. Just because you haven't encountered something in your life doesn't mean that no one can do it. That's why you're just a beast, and I'm a human. Chinyu sighed helplessly and slowly raised his hand. In each of his palms, there was a fist-sized lightning ball. The king of sanguine apes sensed the aura of destruction from it. The Tao of Nirvana. No, this should be a martial technique. But since you can control the Nirvana lightning so easily, it means that you're fated with the Tao of Nirvana. The king of sanguine apes suddenly laughed maniacally, its eyes filled with satisfaction. So what if you can crush me to dust? People who control the Tao of Nirvana are feared. Once you appear in the immortal realm, everyone will hunt you down. There was once a person like you who didn't understand the severity of the situation and had unparalleled talent in this Tao. In the end, he saved a weak girl out of kindness. That girl took advantage of his unpreparedness to pull out the hairpin in her hair and pierce his heart. Such a peerless genius fell just like that. What a joke, what a pity! Chinyu had wanted to ask him what the Tao of Nirvana was. However, the king of sanguine apes didn't give him a chance to ask after laughing maniacally. It slapped its own chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. It fell to the ground and formed a small pool. Its bloody eyes gradually dimmed, and its huge body was on the verge of collapsing. It crashed to the ground with a boom. Even though the surroundings were dark, dust still rose up into the air. Due to the tremors, the tunnel outside broke inch by inch, and countless pieces of soil fell. The mountain rocks blocked all possible exits. Only the deepest part of this huge darkness wasn't covered by dust. However, cracks appeared on the ground. Chinyu's expression didn't change. Do you think you can escape just like that? I know you purposely left things unfinished to make me nervous. You want me to see everyone around me as an enemy and destroy myself. But it seems like you still don't know where you stand. Countless bloodlines appeared from his fingertips. They gradually formed a huge and strange pattern, emitting a faint, ominous aura. When the entire formation was formed to the flag, the king of sanguine apes' body was completely covered. Chinyu's king sanguine apes. If I want you to die, you will die. If I want you to live, I don't leave a single wound. Rejuvenation. The king of sanguine apes suddenly, but for some reason, he felt, it was as if he really escaped, he would turn into ashes and never be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Even his soul would be destroyed. As a result, he was forcefully pushed back when he was halfway through the jump. He was sanguine apes now. Against S's Unders Nirvana Thunder Nigh translation. How? However, He couldn't even bring himself to commit suicide. He just wanted to die a quick death, without any pain, and without dying at the hands of others. But even death, even he couldn't do that, now that his body was completely unharmed and he felt as light as a swallow. This was enough to prove this point. If Chinyu wanted it to live, he could really make sure that it would not be injured at all. To be unable to beg for death, how terrifying was that? In today's world, saving people was always more difficult than killing them. I'll tell you everything you want to know. I just want to die. Die quickly. The king of blood apes confessed everything honestly. In fact, he himself didn't know much. They only knew that anyone who grasped the power of nirvanic extermination and used nirvanic extermination as their power appeared, then everyone would want to kill him. Everyone in the media seemed to have gone crazy, especially those from the various sections. They did not hesitate to pay a huge price and even let the secluded experts of their sex appear just to get rid of this existence. Nirvanic extermination is based on destruction. Their strength far surpasses those of the same realm, and they can even easily challenge those of a higher realm. If you step into this path and want to cultivate, you have to destroy one after another. So it became the demonic path that everyone wants to kill. Of course, people with this kind of talent rarely appear. At least in the current immortal world, there hasn't been a genius in this area for 10,000 years. He couldn't help but sigh. His luck was really too good. He actually encountered a peerless talent that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. It was fine if he met it, but he just had to fall into the other party's hands. This made him feel a little depressed. I just hate that I was born at the wrong time to meet someone like you. It was fine if he was young, but his strength and talent were both extraordinary. This made it impossible for him to find a loophole even if he wanted to. Even his temperament was unprecedentedly strong. It was as if he could remain calm in the face of danger at any time, from the very beginning until now. He felt that Chinyu was only slightly interested when he mentioned the so-called Tao of nirvanic extermination, and it was because of this little interest that he paid such a huge price to pull him back from the brink of death. If you have anything you want to ask, just ask. If he knew, he would definitely tell him everything he knew. He didn't want to be tortured to the point of being better off dead, nor did he want to completely disappear from the world and have all traces of him erased. However, Chin, you didn't have anything else he wanted to ask. In the end, he still gave the other party a quick death. He let him die cleanly, almost without any pain. The divine lightning directly beheaded him. What was left of his huge body also turned into black powder bit by bit. Situ Hua was anxiously pacing around outside. He even felt a little despair in his heart. On the other hand, the few people around him, they still treated him as a super expert. They were certain that he must have sensed that something like this would happen, so he pulled them away. All of them were shouting that they would remember the kindness of saving their lives. If they had the ability in the future, they would pay back the kindness of saving their lives at all costs. So much so that there were many who wanted to become his disciple on the spot. But only he knew that all of this wasn't done by him at all. It was done by Chinyu, who didn't have to get involved from the beginning to the end. Suddenly, a bolt of divine lightning shot out from the ground. The purple lightning effortlessly created a path for him. Just as everyone's expressions changed drastically, Situ Hua saw the lightning and was not shocked. Instead, he was happy. As expected, when he got closer, he saw Chinyu's dragon soul. Chin, you noticed the group of people behind him. He smiled and said goodbye, parting ways from then on. Chapter 9:13. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. If he didn't leave now, how would he have the chance to leave? There's no need to send me off. You and I will part ways here and walk our own paths to the heavens. The surrounding area was just a desert. After the collapse, the sky was filled with yellow sand, looking quite desolate. Chinyu is walking on the yellow sand that fills the sky. He didn't pursue a goal, didn't choose a fixed direction, and just followed his heart. The yellow sand gradually retreated. Not far away, there were countless green forests. I've already walked here, and you still haven't come out. Situ Hua told me that there were 3 existences to be wary of, but I've only met 2. There's nothing special about the others. If I leave this yellow sand, I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up. Qin, you originally didn't want to care about the remaining 1. After all, one shouldn't chase a cornered enemy. He had no reason to chase after the remaining 1. But that guy was getting closer and closer. It was getting closer and closer. Obviously, it was ready to make a move and couldn't help but want to attack. Instead of letting it think of ways to ambush him, it was better to make a move now. It would completely eliminate a hidden danger. This way, there wouldn't be any worries ahead. The existence in the dark, he didn't expect to be discovered. It was different from the others of its kind. It didn't just have its own intelligence. It was also extremely good at hiding. This was its extremely special talent. In the entire race, there was only one existence that was so good at hiding. Since you've discovered me, I know that I'm not your opponent. I just want to know if my king is safe. Qin, you thought of the so-called king. Other than having no freedom now, he was safe and sound. But suddenly, the sound of wind breaking came from behind him. Silver-white sharp claws suddenly attacked him. It went straight for his throat. As expected, I can't believe your words. A beast will be a beast after all. It doesn't know how to keep its word. As expected, a beast will be a beast. Qin Yu waved his hand, and a golden light shot out. Against such a weakling, he didn't even need to use the divine thunder. He could easily block the sneak attack with a single move. You're underestimating me too much. In fact, it wasn't that he had underestimated Qin Yu. Instead, he placed too much importance on his own strength. After all, he was the one and only existence in the tribe. No one else could see where he was hiding. As long as he was hiding, the only person in the entire tribe who could see him was his king. However, it was only because of the aura on his body that they could detect him. In fact, if he had some kind of treasure that could hide his aura, even a king wouldn't be able to find him. That was why he was so powerful. However, no one had ever exposed his methods. Suddenly, he was exposed so straightforwardly. All of his methods were useless. It wasn't that he was too weak. It was only because his opponent was too strong. There was no suspense in this exchange. Qin Yu directly attacked him and crushed him. It was much smaller than an ordinary blood ape. Moreover, his body wasn't blood red, and there wasn't even a strong smell coming from him. This meant that this guy's strength was already extraordinary. They were extremely special among their race. Moreover, his strength wasn't like the other members of their race. He was more inclined to hide in dark corners and launch sneak attacks. That was the difference between the two. What a pity! His strength is not bad. It's a pity to kill him directly. I wonder how likely it is for such a special existence to appear in a tribe. Thinking about the overwhelming number of them, he knew that the probability of that happening was extremely low. He didn't know when he would encounter such a special existence again. Thinking about it, the probability of encountering such an existence should be relatively low. After leaving this yellow land, he arrived in a dense forest. The difference between the two places was only a little. One step, but he stepped into two completely different places. Before stepping into this place, it was really a yellow land that didn't change at all. However, as long as he took another step forward, he would feel refreshed. From time to time, he would hear the chirping of insects and birds. It wasn't like the previous step where he couldn't hear anything at all. Tianzhou is indeed a magical place. Not far from here, fog rose in spirals. The middle-aged man looked at the fog and was slightly excited. He had received accurate information that there was a 1,000-year-old supreme god seed here. Now that he came here, he found that it was indeed a good place to nurture it. If it was said that a good supreme god seed could be nurtured here, he would definitely believe it. After entering the fog, the middle-aged man suddenly let out a miserable cry. Blood suddenly seeped out of his body and meandered down. Soon, a small pool of blood formed on the ground. After the blood on his body had almost flowed out, he fell to the ground, his life and death unknown. Soon, his body gradually became cold. Before he died, his eyes were still filled with confusion, as if he didn't know who attacked him. The spiraling fog covered all of the smell of blood. Not long after, this place returned to the appearance of a fairyland. It looked like a dream, as if there was no danger at all. The place where the pool of blood used to be in the world had now returned to the soft soil. The thin leaves kept stretching, and this grassland looked incomparably peaceful. On the surface of the lake, strands of fog rose from time to time. Just now, there seemed to be some movement here. Although it disappeared in an instant, he was still certain that something had happened here. He just didn't know what had happened here. After walking in, he could feel the dense immortal qi here. The immortal qi was pure, white and flawless, as if it was about to materialize. Countless leaves grew on the ground, and there seemed to be spots of light on them. Under the indistinct fog, one couldn't help but want to go in and take a look. It was as if there was some rare treasure hidden here, a peerless inheritance. There's something strange here. I keep feeling that there's an ominous aura here, as if someone had just died here. But the strangest thing was that there were no corpses here, nor was there any smell of blood. It looked very peaceful, but there were no living creatures around. The only living creatures were the plants growing on the ground, but these plants looked a bit strange. Just like the fog, at first glance, they seemed to be extremely good things. But upon closer inspection, one faintly felt that it was ominous. Only a small number of people could feel that, and most people couldn't even get rid of the faint temptation. Chapter 9:14. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, however. This was clearly an ordinary place. Did they really think that it was so easy to find the ultimate inheritance in this world? Did they really think that rare treasures were everywhere in this world? It was just like what the evil dragon had done in Cloud Immortal City. As long as they released a bait, countless people would flock over. In the end, they just felt that they were extremely lucky and would definitely encounter countless rare treasures. After all, their cultivation was somewhat heaven-defying to begin with. They had to fight for all their resources. Those who were timid could not become experts at all. A true expert did not fear the heavens or the earth. Their heads looked at the sky, and their feet stepped on the earth. They could kill countless experts in the blink of an eye. They could treat everyone in the world as ants. Chinyu was slightly interested. There were not many people around, so he could not know anything about this place. However, just based on what was revealed now, it was enough for him to go in and explore. It better be something that really interests me. Otherwise, I will definitely destroy this place. If it was useless, there was no need for it to exist. If it was just strange, if it stayed, it would only harm passers-by. He would just treat it as getting rid of evil for the people. As he stepped into the surroundings, the dense immortal energy seemed to become thicker, as if it had really become solid. However, he did not feel any comfortable aura. The deeper he went, the stronger the strange feeling became. It was as if all the treasures he wanted would appear as long as he reached the deepest part. What I want is the blood essence of the dragon race. Can you really give it to me? You also want this thing very much, right? You're just a monster. You sure talk big. Hurry up and show yourself. Chinyu was not affected at all. He calmed down and walked in step by step. Every step was just right. There was no difference from the previous step. Just like that, he slowly and steadily walked inside. Suddenly, countless green liquids sprinkled down like raindrops. Chinyu did not dodge. He allowed the green raindrops to fall on his body. An incomparably huge pitch-black creature suddenly rushed out, with a long horn on its head. The horn was facing Chinyu's abdomen. It roared and rushed over. Great. Since you've appeared, I'll return all of these to you. It was obvious that the green liquid was not a good thing. However, when it landed on his body, it still made him untainted. He even collected all of the green juice. How did it land on his body? How did it land on this pitch-black beast? This is a poison that can instantly kill a celestial. How are you able to completely block it without suffering any damage? Because his body was a little clumsy, he couldn't run away after rushing out. He could only endure the poison that he threw out without being able to dodge. Sizzle, it hurts so much. This black monster's skin and flesh had been corroded, and the blood that flowed out was also black. Although his eyes were not pitch black, they were dark red and filled with brutality. I want you to pay for this. How dare you injure me to such an extent? He didn't even have time to make a move before he was already rolling on the ground in pain because of the intense poison. He couldn't even crawl up again. This poison was enough to make him lose all ability to move. However, before he died, he was unwilling to die, so sullenly, so cowardly. Suddenly, a huge, pitch-black tail covered in scales appeared behind him. These scales helped to block a portion of his wounds, but it still didn't give him any chance to breathe. This was a poison that he had specially prepared. Even if he endured it, there was no way he could survive such a powerful poison. Moreover, he was facing Chinyu, an enemy that he found particularly troublesome. He used a large amount, so now he was definitely going to die. Heavenly Void Teleportation Formation. The blood on his body strangely formed a huge pattern on the ground, and the process was extremely fast. It was so fast that no one could react at all. The huge Heavenly Void Teleportation Formation formed with red blood was already completed. However, Chinyu did not bother to search for this strange formation array. Instead, he stared at the extremely thick scales on his body. He was no stranger to these scales. The dragon man he met in the 1,000 Deep Demonic Forest also had such scales, but the color was a little different. It seems that you are also related to the so-called Black Dragon God. He originally thought that it was only any province. He didn't expect that the Black Dragon God had already infiltrated Tianzhou. But thinking about it, it made sense. Compared to other places, Tianzhou was even more chaotic. And they didn't have high requirements for their backgrounds. Subordinates of unknown origins, like the Black Dragon God, could easily sneak in. This time, the Heavenly Void Teleportation Formation bloomed with a blood-red light. It completely enveloped him. Qin, you didn't want to take the risk before he figured out the power of this formation. He was ready to retreat, but that pitch-black monster, it had already seen through his movements. In order to speed up the formation's completion, he didn't even hesitate to use most of his strength and flesh. Even if he wanted to recover later, it would be extremely difficult, but he wasn't willing to stop here. Since he had already drawn the array, he had to complete it. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't take this lying down. You want to run? Impossible. That's why I sacrificed 80% of my strength and body. let the heavenly void teleportation formation be completed. The black monster suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech. Large chunks of flesh fell from its body. It formed a huge pool of blood on the ground. Chin, you suddenly noticed that there was a flash of light on that side. One-Eyed couldn't help but scream. Isn't that the legendary primordial spirit seed? I didn't expect this legendary thing to really exist. I have to get this thing in my hands. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest easy. Oh my God, there's more than one of these treasures. Some of them have already reached 10,000 years old. A 10,000-year-old primordial spirit seed was enough to rebuild a stronger body. Whether you were a genius or a waste, this primordial spirit seed could make you reborn. Cleansing your muscles and marrow was a small matter. This thing could really change your body's flesh, blood, bones, and even the blood vessels in your body into the most supreme state. It could be said that with this cultivation, the speed of advancement would increase by more than 10 times. Chapter 9:15. You should have been able to ascend within 100 years or so. With this, you might even be able to step into a higher realm in less than 10 years. It was for this reason that the Grand Supreme God Seed had always been a treasure that everyone fought over. As long as there was even the slightest trace of it, it would be snatched up by everyone. Therefore, there were very few Grand Supreme God Seeds that could reach a certain age. Most of them were specially nurtured by someone, but at this point, who could care so much? Without the black monster, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and struggled to let out a roar. But for him now, it was too much for him to make such an action. He had already memorized most of his strength and the flesh on his body. At this point, he could not exert any strength at all. Plus, the one-eyed man simply took it and ran. Even he could not do anything about it. Just as the one-eyed man came back with the item, the entire formation was finally completed. Its power had also reached its peak. The blood-red light shone brightly, and countless pitch-black shadows seemed to be floating around them. For a moment, countless ghostly wails and screams rang in their ears. It was ear-piercing and made one's mind chaotic. This sound is not bad, but it's a little too unpleasant. It should have some effect on other people. It was not enough to deal with him. When all the illusions in front of them disappeared without a trace, they were in another place. The sky here was blood-red, and the ground beneath their feet was pitch black. Even the plants that grew on it were constantly emitting an ominous aura. Only a plant not far in front of them was emitting a blood-red light. The thick smell of blood on it was almost overflowing. The color was bright and full, as if it was formed entirely from blood droplets. Ha ha ha, this is the Dark Realm. After coming to our territory, you people from the immortal realm will be greatly weakened. Only a very small number of people who can restrain the power of the Dark Realm will not be weakened, and your strength must be strong to a certain extent. The people of the immortal realm were not willing to step into this world. In the entire ninefold God realm, the Dark Realm was the place that people looked down on the most. It was also the place that people hated the most, because this place was linked to evil and the suffering of people. It was as if as long as people from the dark world appeared, the world would be thrown into chaos, and countless people would be plunged into misery and suffering. Chinyu had long felt that the Black Dragon God should be here. Now, it was only his guess that had been confirmed. However, with just this guy's strength, with an identity that he couldn't see clearly, he was able to construct a passageway between the two realms. This really surprised him, but thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem to be surprising. These guys had all used various methods to forcibly borrow the power of the Black Dragon God. If it was someone at the level of the Black Dragon God, then he would still be a little wary. But just like this pitch-black monster, he didn't care about it at all. Then I'm sorry to disappoint you. It just so happens that I'm the one who fulfills the conditions you mentioned. Actually, I'm not too sure if I meet these conditions, but my strength doesn't seem to be affected. Another divine, thunder, appeared in Chinyu's hand. This time, it was only as thick as a pinky. However, he was able to easily defeat the one who was already heavily injured. The monster whose entire body was pitch black and whose bloodline was mixed was smashed into countless powder. Sure enough, the power in his body was still the same as before. He didn't feel the suppression of the guy's power at all. Not only did he not feel that his power was suppressed, but he also felt unprecedentedly comfortable. However, he was more or less disgusted by the aura here. He didn't really like such oppressive colors. Then let me change the world. Since you don't like it, then I'll destroy all of this and inject new colors. Chinyu's hands transformed into dragon claws. His Azure Dragon secret art had already made great progress. If he cultivated it to the end, he would be able to obtain the blessing of the entire Azure Dragon clan. Now, he had only used half of his strength, and it was enough to shatter the mountains and rivers and change the color of the world. The Dark Realm seemed to be easier to shatter. It wasn't as solid as the immortal world. After the mountains and rivers shattered, it quickly caused a change in the terrain. Countless high mountains turned into flat ground. Small rivers turned into a sea. Countless plants let out strange screams and withered. At the same time, many corpses gradually appeared in the water. All of them were covered in blood. The layer of dark clouds in the sky that disgusted him was also directly dispersed by him, revealing the clear red moon in the sky. For a moment, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the world changed color. Such a big movement attracted the attention of many experts. What kind of almighty person is doing this? With such powerful strength, could it be that he is a person under the dragon god? But although those guys are very powerful, they have always been busy with all kinds of strange things. They wouldn't do this at all. Instead, it looks like they are just doing it according to their hearts. Doing it according to their hearts. What a good doing it according to their hearts. But this movement is really a bit too big. After Chinyu finished all this, he retracted his hand in satisfaction. But that pair of dragon claws that flashed by made people even more certain that this matter should be related to the dark dragon god. Those guys were all lunatics. They so-called inherited the will of the dragon god, but they did a lot of things that they couldn't understand. Perhaps this time was one of them. With such a thought, someone took the initiative to leave. There was no point in continuing to stay. However, the person who suggested leaving first only turned around and stood guard in another position. He had once dealt with the people of the Dark Dragon God, so he naturally knew that the so-called Dark Dragon God was a black dragon. Most of the other people who had the bloodline of the Dark Dragon God were mainly black and blood-colored. They didn't have such dark golden scales at all. So he dared to conclude that this was not a person of the Dark Dragon God. And with such a powerful expert in the Dark Realm, he had to take a good look at it. At the very least, he had to know who it was. If only I could see how strong he is and find out where he came from. It just so happens that I can use this to cheat some things. I know a lot of things. Even if I don't know anything, he won't be able to find out who I am. This kind of thing has been successful hundreds of times. Even if he is a strong person, he will still be fooled by me. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu also appeared behind him. Chapter 9:16. What a good person to be fooled by him. He didn't know if the powerful people here were too stupid, but this guy's deception was very good. He could easily deceive everyone and make them believe him without a doubt. I'm right here. What are you going to say to me? If what you say doesn't satisfy me, I'll slap you to death immediately. The person who was talking to himself suddenly shuddered. He couldn't help but turn his head stiffly. He didn't expect that the person was right behind him. Originally, he thought that he might be able to gain a lot this time. But now, everything was ruined. Because he was accidentally discovered this time, he had to say something to save his life. What should he say? Got it. He began to turn his head and carefully sized up Chinyu. He looked at every detail of his body. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't find any flaws. He couldn't find any weaknesses either. The only thing he could see was that his strength and temperament must be very strong. All of a sudden, he blurted out, "Sir, are you looking for someone? If you want to find someone, you can ask me. Although I don't know much, I can still deceive. Bah, I still have a group of friends to ask. My friends are not all over the world, but they are everywhere." He did everything he could to defend himself, and he also did everything he could to save his own life. Although this method was slightly inappropriate at this time, he had no other way. Chinyu couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't because this guy guessed what he was going to do, but because of his attitude. Just now, he said how to deceive. If he didn't know, then he would just talk nonsense. But now, he changed his words very quickly. He even said that his friends were all over the world. He didn't believe a single word. It was even more impossible for him to reveal this to him. "Tell me where the dark dragon god is. I'm going to look for him to catch up." Midsummer was stunned. Could it be that he had guessed wrong from the beginning to the end? Chinyu was the dark dragon god's man, and he knew the dark dragon god. Otherwise, how could he explain this matter? Apart from this possibility, the other possibilities were minuscule. He was indeed prepared to find the black dragon god to reminisce about the past. As for the previous matter, it was time to settle the score. Since they were already here, they couldn't just leave. Since they came from his subordinates, they had to find a way out from there. No other place could send him back to where he came from. He didn't need to go anywhere else, as long as he could return to Tianzhou. Naturally, he had to return the same way he came. The Darkness Shrine has always been rather secretive. Although they have built up a large force, they have never exposed their true purpose. No one knows why they are doing this, but some people heard that the Black Dragon God wants to revive someone. Of course, such a heaven-defying move would never succeed. That's why it was targeted. Midsummer tried to sound out his true thoughts about the Black Dragon God, but he didn't get any information. Chinyu's eyes were always indifferent, as if he didn't care about these things. Even he was dispensable. If he hadn't taken the initiative to approach, he wouldn't have been caught, because it seemed that this powerhouse was not only young, but he also didn't seem to want to cause trouble. It was as if the way he casually changed the world was just for a moment of pleasure. Because he wanted to do it, he did it. Thinking of this, he directly asked, "Why did you cause such a big commotion before? Could it be just for a moment of pleasure?" After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh. How was that possible? If such a huge commotion was just because he wanted to do it, then how reckless would this person be? Since he was born in this world, he would definitely be bound by this world. Born as a human, he had both wisdom and complicated thoughts. He had never seen such a pure person. So he also thought that such a pure person who did what he wanted didn't exist. But he got an answer that surprised him. There was no answer. However, it seemed to make sense. The difference in strength between the two of them was too obvious. "Show me the way." Midsummer didn't ask why, because his previous experience had already told him that even if he asked, he might not get any results. No matter what, it was better for him not to ask. The less he knew, the easier it was to survive. This was the unchanging truth in the entire Dark Realm. It just so happened that there was a dark dragon temple in the nearby city. There were many places like that, but it was a relatively good place. There were many believers in it, and many people would go there to worship. Worship? Chinyu remembered that pious look he had seen before and couldn't help but laugh. If it was really as he thought, maybe he could get another drop of blood essence without looking for any dragons. Relatively speaking, the blood essence of the dark dragon god was much stronger than the blood essence of other dragons. He seemed to want the power of faith and a huge amount of vitality. It was just that these were all positive forces, which were incompatible with this dark world. Why did he want these? 2 streams of light flashed by, and the 2 of them landed in the city. There were no procedures to enter the city, and it was very chaotic. As long as you had the strength, you could enter and leave at will. Even if you killed someone on the spot, no one would care. It was precisely because of this that Chinyu was able to enter this place effortlessly. It's in front, but now is not the time to gather together. If you want to see the situation, I'm afraid you'll have to wait. I wonder if I can leave now. I've already brought you here. Chinyu didn't seem to hear these words. But the dragon soul next to him glanced at him. Just this glance made his soul tremble. He couldn't say a word about leaving anymore. He was convinced, wasn't it? But he more or less had some doubts in his heart. This powerhouse didn't seem to be very strong. He shouldn't say that. His strength was indeed very strong, but his realm didn't seem to be very high. But he didn't dare to ask. Was his perception right? Or the powerhouse deliberately restrained his strength to not let others see through it? He felt that the latter was more likely, but he had to admit that the former was also possible. An extremely absurd and even terrifying thought arose in his mind. What if he was just deceived? Perhaps the previous dragon powerhouse wasn't Chinyu. After all, he saw a huge claw looking at Chinyu again, although there was a bit of the aura of a powerhouse on his body. But he had never seen him make a move. Chapter 9:17. Sir, may I know what realm your strength has reached? The people of the Dark Realm had always been flexible. They were extremely ruthless when killing people. And when it was time to lower their heads, they were more lackeys than anyone else. At this moment, his face was full of smiles. His face was full of wrinkles. His eyes were full of flattery, and his hands were also very pleasing to the eye. Why don't you try it yourself? Zhong Xia instantly retracted his head. He wasn't stupid, so of course he wouldn't do such a thing. Although he wasn't sure if Chinyu was the owner of the flashing dragon claw. But at least he wasn't an easy person to get along with. At present, what he wanted to do the most was to leave this place as soon as possible. The Dark Dragon Palace was still the same as before. There was a huge statue in the middle, and a few pieces of cloth were spread on the ground. It was just that there were fewer people here. Only when he really came here did he know why the Dark Dragon God always wanted to expand to other places. Because in the entire Dark Realm, there weren't many people who could have faith. They all respected strength, and what they pursued was strength. If the Dark Dragon God wasn't a strong person himself, he wouldn't even have so many believers. Actually, the number of people here is already quite a lot. After all, there will be a lot of people here every time. By then, the entire hall will be half full. However, Chinyu knew that in the other places, every single time, they would be filled to the brim. Even the places outside would be occupied by countless people just to get closer to this statue. That was already an extremely crazy attitude. No blood essence? It seems that it should be a very special place to have blood essence. Perhaps the depths of the abyss had been rebuilt. He must go and take a look someday. It was like revisiting an old place. Master, that guy slipped away when you turned your head and went into the crowd. Should I catch him and teach him a lesson? Chinyu shook his head. There was no need for that. If he wanted to run, he couldn't keep him. His heart wasn't there anymore. If he forced him to stay and caused him to say something wrong, wouldn't that be misleading? Now that he had found the city, there should be a lot of places to sell information. As long as the price was high enough, what kind of information couldn't they buy? Furthermore, he was even more reliable than him. There's nothing useful here. Qin Yu felt that it was a pity, but he didn't stay here any longer. It seemed that the dark dragon god was weaker than he had imagined. Not even a single drop of essence blood could be found in each temple. Far away in the depths of the abyss, the endless darkness brought about an extremely oppressive aura. The pitch-black scales merged with the darkness. Only the glimmer of light at the end of his eyes showed how powerful the existence here was. Why do I feel a familiar aura? Xian Jiao is dead. Who did it? How dare you kill my men? This is already the second time in a short period of time. 2 of his most important subordinates in the immortal world were dead. Speaking of the previous one, it was fine. It couldn't provide him with too many offerings. It was just a matter of time. But this time, the one who died was his trusted subordinate. Tianzhou was a chaotic place, and many people often went missing. Murder and robbery were common occurrences. Therefore, it could be said that the people he sent there could easily obtain a very rich harvest. Therefore, they were valued by him. Now that they were dead, it would be quite difficult for him to arrange for new people. A powerful will suddenly descended. Qin Yu's head hurt slightly. He snorted coldly. "Get out! I am the great dark dragon god. Who are you? How dare you hurt my men? I am someone that you can never afford to provoke." After Qin Yu finished saying those words, he immediately drove away that strand of awareness. How could it be so easy to enter his mind and control his will? As for how much pressure his casual words brought to the black dragon god, how much suspicion it would cause him to have. All of this had nothing to do with him because the distance was too far. But he should be able to find him soon. After he came into close contact with the so-called dark dragon god, he realized that he was just SOSO. The distant and boundless aura seemed to be very similar to the aura on Huorong's body. He should only be in the Saint King realm. At least he hasn't surpassed this realm yet. This way, it would be much easier to deal with. If he had surpassed the Saint King realm, he might have considered it. But now that he had confirmed the strength of his opponent, he could also go directly to the door and didn't have to start from the people below. "I want to find the location of the dark dragon god." Qin Yu casually put on a thick cloak. His voice was slightly lowered, sounding hoarse and old, as if it was the voice of an old man. But whether it was his appearance or voice, they were unreliable in the dark realm, because there were too many ways to change. As soon as these words came out, those people were so scared that they trembled all over. That was the legendary dark dragon god. Who would dare to inquire about it? Of course, they still had some information in their hands. But in the end, they still refused. They couldn't afford to provoke him. "I won't ask who you are, but that is a legendary expert. We can't reveal it. If we dare to say it, we will definitely be slaughtered when the time comes. Please change to another place. I really don't have any information on my side." After a few more places, almost all of them said the same thing, whether it was begging bitterly or their expressions changing drastically. They insisted that there was no information at all. They all had one thing in common, and that was that they weren't willing to say anything about the dark dragon god. Qin Yu wasn't angry. This was something to be expected. It wasn't until he walked to an extremely dilapidated place that someone answered his question. It seemed that this place was about to collapse. There were spider webs everywhere. As for the steward, he was playing with a pen in boredom. Seeing that there were guests coming over, he became slightly more energetic. After hearing what he said, his eyes lit up. "If you want to get the location of the dark dragon god, it's not very difficult, but the price, after all, that's a strong person. Ordinary people aren't willing to provoke him. Only a desperado like me is willing to risk my life for money. If I'm not wrong, you should have asked elsewhere, right? Chinyu directly took out all the things he had on him, except for a part that wasn't easy to take out. Those things that were useless to him and could be used as currency were all taken out. It filled half of the room. Chapter 9:18. The young man's eyes lit up. However, he didn't seem to care and looked around in disdain. It's not that good. It's just a supplement. If you add them all together, you can get the information you want. Although these things were of no use to him, he was never a fool who would be ruthlessly taken advantage of. Only the immortal world had these things. It was just a piece of information. Even if it was valuable, how valuable could it be? Moreover, this person's eyes had never left the pile of things he had taken out from the beginning to the end. From this, it could be seen that he was simply spouting nonsense with a straight face. I suddenly don't want to know where the dark dragon is. After all, with my strength, it's very risky to find him now. It seems that I need to use these things to increase my strength in exchange for resources. Then I'll ask around. Duhai immediately stopped him. He hadn't had any business for a long time. If he missed such a big business this time, he would have to starve for a long time. Originally, he wanted to see if he could extort some money. Now, it seemed that it was impossible. After that, he collected hundreds of immortal crystals. There was also a portion of precious materials. It was his reward for the information. Many people knew where the dark dragon god was, but no one dared to go there. That was the headquarters of the dark dragon god palace. Countless experts who were forcibly trained were stationed there. They would always see the dark dragon god as the only true god. They would never betray him. Even death was not their final destination. Those people seemed to think that after they died, they would be able to repay the dark dragon god's kindness to them. Therefore, if they really fought, they didn't fear death at all. Sometimes, if they were really angry, they could even use their own bodies to achieve some goals, using their own bodies as the price. It seems that the void teleportation formation was like that. No wonder he could forcefully bring me here with his weak strength. Of course, there were many disadvantages. If he wanted to avoid it, it wasn't completely impossible. If he didn't sacrifice most of his strength and flesh in the end, he wouldn't have been able to complete the formation before Chinyu left. Therefore, there were many drawbacks. Even though he had used such a cruel method to forcefully obtain such great power. However, it was not completely under his control. Duhai's ears twitched slightly. A shrewd person like him had long noticed that something was wrong. Chinyu did not look like someone from the dark world at all. Instead, he looked like someone from the legendary immortal world. Just his bearing alone was open and above board, and his words and actions were never sloppy. Whatever he said was the truth. There was no need to beat around the bush. In the dark world, there were countless fights, both open and covert. Everyone grew up after going through all kinds of dark things. Therefore, more or less, their bodies would be tainted with some dark aura. This was also a characteristic of the dark realm. But he didn't see it on Chinyu. However, even if they were from another god realm, they would still be able to do so. What did it have to do with him? Every single one of these things that came from other divine realms was priceless and could be called a precious treasure. After all, the passage between the two sessions was too difficult to connect. Even an expert would have to pay a hefty price if he wanted to forcefully open a passage. It was precisely because of this that these things were extremely novel. In fact, he had already received 100 times the reward. Previously, he had opened his mouth wide because he was blinded by money and benefits. Now, the money and goods were settled. Duhai returned to his original appearance. Those complicated things had nothing to do with him. Chinyu finally got the information he wanted. He was about to leave the door when his footsteps suddenly paused. He took another look at Du Hai, who was sitting in the messy room, bored to death. Finally, his gaze stopped on his hair. Remember to make it more realistic next time. Also, the scar on your head is exposed. The pen in Du Hai's hand was shaking nonstop. Suddenly, it fell to the ground with a thud, but he didn't care about his beloved pen at all. He rushed out with a whoosh and touched his hair with both hands in a panic. After a long time, he remembered that he should first check if his hair was crooked. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, his hair was only messed up by himself. How could there be any scar on his head? But there was no sign of Chinyu in his small shop. How on earth did he find out? It would have been fine if he had accidentally given himself away, but he clearly hadn't done so. The Tao he cultivated was different from the great Tao of the world, the reason why he appeared in this world. He also had his own purpose. He was deliberately hiding his identity. After all, he still had a secret mission on him. But all the people in his sect had their hair cut off, and they used a special method to make it so that it would never grow again. He had to wear a wig and use many methods to make it look extremely realistic. Countless experts had glanced at him, but they didn't find any clues. He even came into contact with all kinds of people, but he didn't expose himself. Doubts arose in Du Hai's mind. Under such a perfect disguise, how did Chinyu find him? If he can see through all disguises, isn't this ability too heaven-defying? Maybe he can help with the thing that is going to happen later? Unfortunately, when he wanted to go out to look for that person, he couldn't find that person anywhere. It was as if everything before was just his own illusion. There was no one who dared to look for the dark dragon god, and no one saw through his disguise. All of this was just his imagination. But the things that were piled up like a small mountain proved to him that there was indeed such a mysterious person just now. Not only did he have a lot of wealth, he also had an extremely magical ability that shocked him. Yu was preparing to go to Myriad Dragon Mountain. That was the true headquarters of the Dark Dragon God, and also the core of the other party. But no one knew the exact location of the Dark Dragon God. I want to go to Myriad Dragon Mountain. Yu was now holding the normal money that he could use in the Dark Realm that he had just exchanged from Du Hai. They were pieces of sparkling white bones, and according to their quality, they had different positions and represented different values. The blood in his hands was of the highest grade. It looked like a translucent, high-quality jade. Chapter 919. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. These were jade bone coins. Looking at the small pile of jade bone coins, even though they were quite afraid, there were still people who stood out. There were bound to be brave men when there was a great reward. There were also people who knew the way to Myriad Dragon Mountain. This is just the deposit. As soon as the voice fell, more people stood out. Just now, they were avoiding it, but now it was a good job that everyone was fighting for. After all, they were not going to be sent inside, but only to the periphery. The risk was greatly reduced. In addition, with such a high reward, it was worth it even if they risked their lives. My ride is very wide. It's stable and comfortable to sit in. Moreover, the flames around my body always bring warmth. Your flying speed is as slow as a planet, and you still have the face to say that. Look, my speed is extremely fast. I guarantee that I'll be there in half a day. It's so uncomfortable for you to sit here and wander. Look, my ride is comfortable and fast. It's not worse than the two of them. However, among this group of people who were fighting for it, only one was the most special. He only calmly described his ability. It was not too outstanding, but he was the calmest among all of them. He also looked the most miserable. Such a miserable person could actually have such an outstanding flying device. He could not help but take a few more glances. If he was only pursuing speed or comfort, why didn't he just call along? Therefore, these two were not the fundamental reasons that made him make the decision in the end. It was nothing more than fate. Whoever he was interested in would be the final candidate. It's you. I want to go as fast as I can. I'll give you half a day. He did not expect it to be him. However, surprise and astonishment only appeared on his face for a moment. Soon, he completely calmed down. He was quite indifferent. However, the others cast envious and jealous gazes at him. Usually, he did not do anything. No one paid attention to him because he did not compete or snatch. But now it seemed that it was not that he did not compete or snatch, but that he used a higher method to compete. Now that he had attracted the attention of a customer and accepted such a big deal, he would not have to worry about food and drink for half a year. This kid's luck is really too good. Why didn't I be more rational just now and show that I'm different from the rest? I didn't expect this honest-looking guy to be so cunning. He seemed to be used to all kinds of comments. The lucky one who was chosen didn't have any expression on his face. It was as if everyone around him was just a mass of air. The person being targeted was not him, but a stranger he did not know at all. His speed was very fast, and he didn't say a word of nonsense. After a while, he came over directly. He was still wearing the same set of clothes as before. He didn't bring anything extra with him, so he didn't seem to have changed much. However, he was stepping on something that looked like a blanket. There was a thin layer of transparent barrier that was hard to discover. I don't have anything to pack. If you're in a hurry, you can leave now. This was a straightforward and direct method, without the slightest bit of sloppiness or bargaining. There was probably only one person present who could do it. The others more or less had their own thoughts. Perhaps it was for money, or perhaps it was to find out how much money he had on him. Perhaps they could also get a share of the loot. Wasn't it easy to kill someone and rob them? On this seemingly ordinary blanket, there were more than a dozen formations engraved on it. Some were used to speed up. Some were used to fly in the air. Some were used to block wind and rain. And there were even self-cleaning ones. These formations were all basic and ordinary. But when all of them were accumulated together, they could play a lot of roles. So much so that this ordinary blanket could be called a good tool. My name is Ja-E. If there's anything, just call me. A strange name, a strange person. If he didn't come from some secret organization, then he had some stories. How much do you know about Myriad Dragon Mountain? Although Chin, you was going to find the Dark Dragon God, he really didn't inquire much about what kind of existence the Dark Dragon God was. At least for the ordinary information, he didn't think it was of much significance. He didn't ask why. He told him all the legends about the Dark Dragon God that he knew, which were the most widely spread. Some of it was speculation, and some of it was the truth, but this required them to slowly distinguish it. When the truth and the lies were mixed together, no one knew how much was true and how much was false. According to the legends, the Dark Dragon God seemed to have reached the realm of a true god. He was recognized as the strongest expert, even stronger than Senzen. There were very few true gods in this world. It had been a very, very long time since the last time it had appeared. Once one appeared, he could soar in the 9 realms, and several people would worship him wherever he went. Even if it was just a breath, it could make them explode and die on the spot. It was a pity that such a legendary existence hadn't appeared in the 9 abstinences for a long time. Even Senzen was very rare. So where could they find a real true god? Senzen was already unparalleled in the world, and he could even sit on the seat of the master of a realm. Not to mention a higher realm, he would have become a pile of dust and no longer existed. He is indeed not a true god, just a saint king. Even such a statement came out. It seems that you really know very little about him. Even he could feel that the dark dragon god was at most a saint king, and there was no higher realm. Other people still thought that perhaps the dark dragon god was a true god in the legends. They heard that the dark dragon god's subordinates believed this without a doubt, but they didn't know what would happen if they found out that the so-called true god they believed in was actually just a saint king. At that time, how interesting would their expressions be? Although he was still an extremely powerful saint king, there was still a huge gap between him and a true god. This could already be considered a deception. No one knows, but it came from the mouths of some experts. Yi Fuqian said, "It's better to believe this kind of thing than not. There is no such thing as a groundless rumor in this world." This was the reason why no one was willing to go. If it was only a saint king, then they dared to take the risk. After all, they didn't do anything but send people off and earn a hard-earned sum of money. Speaking of which, it wasn't wrong. But if it was true God realm, who knew whether or not they would directly kill them without distinguishing between right and wrong. At that time, no matter how many life-saving things they had on them, they wouldn't be able to escape. This was the difference in strength. Chapter 9:20. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The incomparably dark mountain peak soared into the sky, and the top of the mountain disappeared into the clouds. It was barren below, and not a single blade of grass grew. There wasn't any path around them that they could use to climb. It was surrounded by 3 extremely smooth stone walls. Even if one wanted to climb to the top of the mountain, it would not be easy. Ordinary things wouldn't be able to reach such a high place, unless it was an extremely powerful expert, or there was some special power that could reach the top of the mountain. He saw the scenery hidden under the clouds. When he reached the foot of the mountain, Jia-Yi stopped in the distance. The front was no longer a place where he could go. Now he was not willing to move forward even an inch. If he moved forward a little bit, even if it was just an inch, he would be attacked. Under such a powerful attack, he would definitely be seriously injured. Qin Yu looked at the blanket that was stuck at a critical point. He smiled slightly. He directly jumped down and stood firmly on the ground. He did not know if it was a coincidence or something else, but he also happened to stand at a critical point. As long as he moved forward a little bit, he would immediately be attacked. Otherwise, he would be safe. Do you know a bald man called Du Hai? When you go back, help me say hello to him. Then he suddenly disappeared. Jia-Yi was shocked, but he could not find that aura anywhere. It seemed that he had come alone. Suddenly, an extremely powerful and domineering aura directly crushed him and slammed him to the ground. Before he fainted, he only saw a flash of black scales. It was an expert under the black dragon god. Before the wind passed, he was not shocked by why he was suddenly attacked by an expert, but thinking, sure enough, those who dared to come to the black dragon god were not simple people. He was careless. That was the so-called AB and I. He had remained so indifferent from the beginning to the end, not because he had no other thoughts, but because he knew what he had to do and what he had to do from the beginning to the end. So he was not in a hurry at all. Since he dared to lure me here, then let him bear the consequences of his actions, Yi Zichen said. Qin Yu felt that something was wrong when he stopped just now. He had seen many powerful formations in his life. Furthermore, he had personally created countless powerful spirit formations. Naturally, he would recognize that there was an extremely powerful spirit formation there. If it was triggered, it would alert the experts. Looking at Jia-Yi and Yi's appearance, it was obvious that the person who had been lured here was not a simple person. This was to use him, an outsider who came to find the dark dragon god, as bait to lure out a certain existence. In such a chaotic place, it was already merciful of him not to see blood on the spot. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He did not know the other party's plan, but he had let Jia-E take the position that Jia-E wanted him to take. Perhaps this was the cycle of karma. However, not every place had such a powerful array formation. Qin Yu rapidly circled around the entire foot of the mountain. Very soon, he discovered a weak point. With a slash of his sword, he cut open the void and entered it. When he reappeared, he was already in the clouds. There were already people patrolling the area slightly higher. Because the distance was relatively close, Qin Yu hid his figure with the help of the clouds. He could just hear the conversation over there. Recently, a few other snobs have been a little restless. They still want to devour our dark dragon god temple, but they don't even think about whether they have the ability to do so. That's right. As long as the Lord Dragon God makes a move, won't they all turn into a pile of yellow soil and no one will remember them? It's only because the Lord Dragon God is merciful that he didn't directly go over and destroy them all. They moved away a little. It just happened to reveal a gap for a moment. A dark gray shadow flashed by and quickly disappeared. It was so fast that it was like a blur. There was indeed something strange on this mountain peak. Just by looking at the vast space, it did not look like a small mountain peak hidden in the clouds. Instead, it looked like a piece of flat land. Such a transformation power could already be said to be miraculous. It could not be achieved unless one was extremely powerful and had precise control. However, it was no different from what he had imagined. This was most of the people in the Dark Dragon God Temple. They all thought that the Dark Dragon God already had the strength of a true god. There were patrolling teams everywhere. It took him a lot of effort to avoid these teams, until finally he stood in front of a vast gate. This gate was very different from the other gates. What made him stop was the appearance of this gate. It looked almost exactly the same as the black gate in the mountain area that someone had summoned in the lower realm. At that time, something wanted to break through the gate. However, it did not absorb enough power to open the gate. Then, it was completely destroyed by him. Now, he finally saw the main body of this gate. He wondered if behind this door there was an extremely powerful existence, just like the previous door. In front of the current core area of the Dark Dragon God Temple, it was very likely that the Dark Dragon God's original body was inside. Perhaps his original body was hidden here, and this was very likely. Now, there was only one question in front of him: to enter or not to enter. If he entered, he would have to take a great risk. If he did not enter, he might miss out on a lot. I have already had several twists and turns on the path of cultivation. I have suffered countless hardships and lingered on the edge of life and death several times. I have even really died before and started cultivating again. Now, it's just a little danger. What's the big deal? A Saint King was a threat to him, but he could not take his life. What's more, he wanted to test it out for himself to see which was weaker. Qin Yu directly kicked open the thick and heavy door with a single kick. An ominous black mist swarmed out. However, the innermost part was emitting a light green and warm white light. Bathing made people feel relaxed and happy. It was as if they had gained some enlightenment in their hearts. Just by stepping in, their strength had improved a little. In the center of this light green light, mixed with white warmth, there was a huge and majestic divine figure coiled here. However, its eyes were tightly shut. Its aura made people tremble, even if they were looking at it from afar. Anyone could not help but be angry and in awe. This was definitely a powerhouse, and he was even stronger than a Saint King. Is this a dragon? But it was not the dark dragon god at all. Previously, he had also met the dark dragon god. It was clearly an incomparably pitch-black dragon. Although its strength was extremely powerful, it was only at the peak of the Saint King. Chapter 9:21. Until now, the black dragon god had not broken through to a higher realm. However, the aura of this figure was so strong that it shocked him. It could even be compared to mysterious Sky Sensen's strongest period. Even with his eyes closed, he already had such a demeanor. He wondered what it would be like when he opened his eyes. After standing for a while, he found that this expert did not have any intention of moving. It was as if he was dead. Qin Yu slowly approached. He felt an extremely weak aura, as if it would disappear in the next moment. This was an extremely powerful dragon. However, he had been seriously injured for some unknown reason. His strength should have been weakened more or less. However, just by lying there, he was emitting a terrifying aura. Qin, you suddenly found that there were some light green threads on the ground. One of them was connected to the body of this unknown dragon expert, while the other was connected to the black fog. I feel the aura that belongs to the ancient region. I've eaten that grass for thousands of years. I definitely won't remember it wrong. One eye picked one out of the countless green threads. He was very confident. Even if he remembered everything wrong, he would not forget this grass that he had been facing for thousands of years. The aura was extremely unique. He had never seen anything like it in other places, not to mention a similar smell. It seemed that this was the black dragon god, the source of life that allowed people to wantonly plunder, and even faith. These green threads represented the boundless life force that was continuously transmitted here. And this white light made people feel extremely comfortable and relaxed. It should be some other power. It was even possible that this white light was the manifestation of faith. This was a rare and excellent training ground. The countless thin threads and the warm white light were like top-grade resources that could be reached with one's hands. Moreover, there were no side effects, no matter how many of them were used. It was simply the ultimate source that everyone yearned for, even in their dreams. Unknowingly, the door had quietly closed, and the surging black fog had no way of approaching the white light. Black and white formed a delicate balance. Even faintly, the white light was able to suppress all the black fog. Qin Yu sat cross-legged in the white light. Staying by the side of this unknown expert of the Dragon Clan, he slowly absorbed and refined the massive amount of energy. Sorry, I'm going to find the black dragon god now. I didn't get these things in the first place. Lend them to me first to increase my strength. If Senior wakes up in the future, I will repay you with other things. Only after this unknown powerhouse made the announcement did he calm himself down and slowly absorb this enormous power for his own use. Countless vigorous yet gentle forces rushed into his meridians. In the beginning, it only made people feel warm, but as time went on, the power transmitted increased. His meridians were unable to withstand such a huge amount of energy, and small cracks began to appear. However, under the repair of the green energy, it was quickly restored to perfect condition. Qin Yu's body was oozing with blood, but he didn't even frown from beginning to end. His meridians were constantly in a state of shattering, mending, and mending. Unknowingly, it was more than twice as wide as before. His cultivation base was also constantly rising. Late-stage Xian Immortal. Peak Profound Immortal. The power was still endlessly rushing into his meridians, almost bursting his entire body to the point of exploding. However, for some unknown reason, his realm could not be raised no matter what. It seemed to be stuck at this point. He could clearly feel that thin layer of barrier. but he was unable to forcefully break through, since his meridians had already doubled in size. It meant that the power he could store in his body was more than twice as much as that of people of the same level. Chinyu began to use this power to temper his meridians and flesh, until his entire body turned into a bloody man. The dried blood covered his entire body, not revealing an inch of his skin. "Break for me." Chinyu suddenly clenched his fist. The power in his body increased explosively and rushed out of his body. It completely shattered the thick layer of blood on his body. His realm was actually stuck at a certain critical point, and he needed to find an opportunity to break through by himself. However, his strength was not as simple as being doubled. Now, even if he faced a Sage King with the support of countless trump cards, he still had the ability to fight. A huge power fluctuation, a huge wave magically appeared on the entire mountain peak. The Dark Dragon God was the first to sense this aura. Then he let out a roar in disbelief. Before anyone could react, he quickly rushed towards the door of darkness. But the only thing that answered him was a door that had been opened. There was also a pitiful amount of white and green light. There was darkness everywhere. The huge and noble figure was about to be tainted by this darkness. Even after the white and green light decreased, the aura gradually weakened. Who is it? Who is it? Who dares to make such a big move in the territory of the Dark Dragon God? He even plundered the majestic power that I have collected for tens of millions of years. I must kill him. He just broke through, so he must not be too far away from here. I want all of you. Even if you have to tear down this mountain, you must find out who that person is and bring him back alive. This loud voice spread to every corner. Even at the foot of the mountain, there was a faint sound. Chinyu was not affected at all. He did what he should do. It was as if the person that the Dark Dragon God was so angry and even used all his strength to capture, regardless of life and death, was not him. He had just absorbed such a majestic energy and wanted to find someone to test it on. Sure enough, as soon as he walked out, he met some experts who came to look for him. When they saw him as a stranger and the aura on his body, they immediately recognized him. Moreover, even without this aura, they could recognize him more clearly. As long as they saw a stranger they did not know, they would directly kill him. They would rather kill countless people by mistake than let the culprit go. Anyway, as long as they brought the corpse back, they would know whether it was him or not. Our luck is really good. We can take him down together. Now that the Dark Dragon God is so angry, if we can put this person in front of the Dark Dragon God in the shortest time possible, he will definitely praise us. Maybe he will even give us the noble bloodline power of the Dark Dragon God. The two of them looked at Chinyu with eyes full of desire. The angrier the Dark Dragon God was, the greater the reward they would receive for completing this matter. At that time, strength and status would be at their fingertips. The two of them immediately decided that they must not let others know. Chapter 9:22. A 9-jointed whip, like a pitch-black snake, struck out in an instant. A dark green wall of light was erected, encircling the few of them. The scenery here would not be seen by others. While the search outside was in full swing, no one would notice the battle here. You guys are much more considerate than I imagined. You even know to help me cover it up. Chinyu smiled and took out a sword. After his strength increased, how much of his strength could he unleash? The strength of these two people could be considered to be extremely good. If it was before he broke through, it would take at least a dozen moves to defeat one of them. But now he had a feeling in his heart that he only needed one sword. He would be able to end one of their lives. No one even saw the extremely bright sword light. The 9-section whip had already been cut into 7 or 8 pieces. It couldn't be any more broken. One person, one sword. There were no fancy moves. It was just the power of a single sword. It was so fast that no one could react. The two of them covered their necks and fell to the ground with their eyes wide open. Their breathing was completely cut off. Chinyu, however, shakes his head in dissatisfaction. Originally, he could have been even faster, but he wasn't too familiar with the explosive increase in strength. As a result, there was a slight deviation, causing his movements to hesitate for a moment. He wasn't able to use it to the extreme. If he was faster, he wouldn't even need two. One would be enough to completely kill the two of them. As expected, their realm was no longer a threat to him. Although he hadn't broken through to the immortal soul realm, the immortal soul realm wasn't his match at all. No matter how many immortal souls were accumulated together, it would only take him a little more effort. If I find opponents in the future, I'll have to find even more powerful immortal souls. It's a pity that I forgot to leave one of them alive first. I can ask where the Black Dragon God is. Not long after, someone discovered the traces of a fight here. He judged that this person had just died. He immediately followed the traces he found and chased after him. However, by the time he caught up to Chinyu had also discovered him. Not long after, he suffered the same fate. He could only be reduced to a corpse. Similarly, even though he had shown mercy this time, the man still died on the spot. It was unrealistic to ask for the location of the Black Dragon God from others. It was simply too troublesome. Can you directly see the Black Dragon God over there? Show me the way. One-Eyed was suddenly patted. He finally realized that this was his chance to perform. He immediately became excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. After pondering for a while, he pointed in a direction. The direction you're heading in doesn't seem right. I can only see that it's very, very dark. It shouldn't be like this. But the big guy you're looking for is over there. He looks very angry, and there are corpses all around him. Master, that guy is quite strong. Why don't you sneak attack him from behind? With me by your side, you will definitely succeed. Chinyu acted as if he didn't hear it. After the one-eyed man finished his long-winded speech, he also stood in front of the dark dragon god. The two of them looked at each other from a distance. Soon, the Black Dragon God sensed the unique aura of someone who had just broken through. Then, he combined it with what had happened before. How could he not know that everything that made him angry was done by the person in front of him? It was just that he didn't expect Chinyu to take the initiative to come to him. In his imagination, the person should have run away long ago. That was why he was so angry and impatiently sent everyone to look for him. You're the one who stole my power for 1,000 years. Chinyu shook his head. What he did wasn't considered stealing. He had told the powerhouse who stayed where he was in advance, and the other party had tacitly agreed to what he had done. So, this wasn't stealing. The so-called stealing refers to taking without asking, but I've already asked, so I took the thing. And this is only borrowed by me. I can return it to him later. I came to you this time to settle the grudge between us. The furious Black Dragon God didn't recognize Chinyu immediately, but after all, it hadn't been long since those two things happened. After a careful confirmation, he discovered it turned out that this kid had ruined his plans more than once. And every time, he had caused a great obstacle to his plans. He immediately became even angrier. So it was all done by you. You deserve to die. Ah, my deployment for 1,000 years, as well as all the carefully collected things, were all destroyed by you. If it weren't for you, my plan would have almost succeeded. Of course, it wasn't because he wanted to save that dragon powerhouse out of kindness. In fact, that was a corpse of the true god realm that hadn't completely lost its vitality. The will inside had long dissipated. He had put in a lot of effort and had even spent a lot of time and energy. Only then could he barely maintain the realm of this corpse and not fall too much. As long as he nurtured it for a period of time, his strength would become invincible below the true God realm. He could directly occupy that body, and then he would be the legitimate dragon god. But now, all of this was over. The vigorous power used to maintain the vitality. It had been completely devoured by Qin Yu, who would never be able to surpass it in the future. After that, if he wanted to do as expected, then he would have to use 1,000 years to slowly repair it. One could imagine how big of a blow this was to him. Naturally, he regarded Qin Yu as his mortal enemy in this life. Even his strength had never broken through the Holy King realm. It was because he had used all of his resources on that body. Killing you won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. I want you to beg for death and taste the most painful things in this world. Only this can relieve the hatred in my heart, but it's still not enough. I want you to spit out the power that belongs to me the same way I want you to. Qin Yu sighed slightly. In fact, he didn't want to make trouble. Now, it was like this until one of them died. One of the most important purposes of his coming here was to return to the immortal world. Of course, it was also to settle the grudges between him and the dark dragon god. It could also be considered as settling this karma. Unexpectedly, you're the one who said it. I'll give you one last chance to go back on your word. Either do as I say, or there will be a victor between you and me. At that time, we'll see who's living a life worse than death. What he hated the most was people threatening him. If someone wanted to make a move on him, he would definitely return an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. And what responded to him? Only countless black rays of light. The black fog, which originally didn't have any powerful attack power, turned into countless sharp arrows under the control of the dark dragon god. The tip was extremely sharp. Chapter 9:23. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Countless light shadows formed a curtain of rain. However, under this dark curtain of rain, there was a hidden danger that was enough to be fatal. Under these innumerable attacks, Yi Zichen was stunned. Qin Yu and the dragon soul were gradually covered up, but the black dragon god felt a sense of crisis from the bottom of his heart. It was as if something extremely unfavorable to him was about to happen. In the next moment, his bad premonition became reality. A huge gap suddenly appeared in the middle of the black curtain of rain, formed by countless sharp arrows. The dazzling white light tore his power apart. Qin Yu slowly walked out of the light shadow, and the aura on his body continued to strengthen with every step he took. When he arrived in front of the black dragon god, the aura on his body had reached a terrifying level, although it was slightly inferior to the black dragon god. However, the restraining power on Qin Yu's body made the black dragon god tremble all over. Such a powerful power belongs to you. It had to be said that he did feel a sense of crisis now, even if he didn't take it to heart before. He was more angry, but now he felt fear, because the current Qin Yu actually had the ability to injure him. This was completely different from what he thought before. Too much nonsense. Extremely powerful forces were constantly brewing and colliding in his hands, setting off huge waves and even distorting the air. Before I make my move, I only ask you, will you submit or die? The black dragon god fell into a rage. It's impossible for me to submit. Defeat me first. If you can't defeat me, don't mention such a ridiculous condition. Qin Yu sighed imperceptibly. Immediately after, he lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leapt up. It wasn't until he stood at the same height as the black dragon god that he quickly made his move and pointed at the reverse scale. This time, he used a trace of the power of divine thunder. Now, His strength had increased by a lot. At this time, when he used the power of divine thunder, it was even more powerful than before. And after tempering, his strength had more than doubled. This trace of divine thunder continued to grow after flying out of his palm. In front of the black dragon god, it had already turned into a huge pillar of light, hitting the black dragon god like a stick. It turned into a sky full of lightning, tightly wrapping around him and strangling him. With its huge body, it would not be easy for the dark dragon god to hide. What's more, this lightning could be said to cover the sky and earth. Therefore, he was caught off guard and was tightly bound, and a burnt smell came from his body. The pain made him roll on the ground, only to extinguish the lightning on his body. However, the lightning would only grow stronger after the attack. He had no way of extinguishing the lightning. Countless black fog spread out from his body, but it was quickly dispersed by the lightning. In the end, he used up an unknown amount of energy to completely eliminate the last trace of lightning on his body. As the saying goes, take your life when you're sick. Chinyu immediately rushed forward. The common weakness of the dragons was their reverse scales. No matter how powerful their reverse scales and horns were, they were still their weakest points. Of course, it was also what they valued the most. If someone touched them lightly, they would explode and even fall into a state of violence. Now, the most vulnerable part of his body was suddenly attacked. It was slashed apart by a single sword strike. The pain suffered by the black dragon god was even greater. Dark blood slowly spread from his wound, forming a huge pool of blood on the ground. "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you into pieces." Chinyu frowned. "Even so, you're still not willing to bow down. It seems that your injuries are not serious enough, so you still haven't accepted your fate. Annihilation divine thunder." After hearing those words, the black dragon god couldn't help but shrink back and quickly wanted to leave this place. What deployment for 1,000 years! What wealth and power accumulated for 1,000 years! Any gratitude and grudges were no longer important. Now he just wanted to run and leave this place as soon as possible. With his strength, he could gather a group of subordinates wherever he went and have a force of his own. Why would he lose his life here? But would Chinyu let him leave so easily? The commemorative divine thunder in his hand had already grown into a huge ball of light. However, it was still growing until it was as tall as a person. Chinyu completely compressed it, and in the middle there were crackling sounds of collision. It was as if there was an explosion and destruction inside. But in the end, all the energy was kneaded into a fist-sized ball by him. And this ball of lightning had an incomparably deep aura, with a powerful destructive power, causing people to be terrified. Chinyu, or Lei Guang's hand, was almost injured, even if he was the owner of this ball of lightning. Go! The black dragon god was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from this world. A group of people had already gathered at the foot of the mountain. One of them barely opened his eyes, and his aura was weak. It was Jia-Yi. Du-Hai couldn't help but touch the few strands of hair on his head. "Are you sure that person knows my identity and came here, and hasn't come down yet? I'm sure he must be around here. I just don't know where he is, but it seems that he won't leave this place easily. I'm worried that he will affect our plan. If he alerts the enemy, how can we catch the black dragon god?" That's right. If we alert the enemy and let the black dragon god transfer the body of the true god expert, what should we do? Then we've been lurking for so long, waiting for this moment with great difficulty. Wouldn't it be useless? The few of them talked back and forth, but all of them had some fear of the terrifying existence on the mountain peak. They confirmed that they had used various methods to find something that could be used to restrain the black dragon god. But this mission was indeed difficult to complete. Under the pressure of an expert, they only had a pitiful 40% chance of winning. There was only a 10% chance of getting the body of the true god intact. It looked very pitiful and very little, but they also knew that this was already the highest success rate in their deployment for many years. In the past, it couldn't even compare to this success rate. The reason why they took action was that the 1,000-year period was almost up, as long as they let it go for a while. At that time, whether it was the black dragon god or the dark true god that appeared in front of them was not certain. Such an expert must be extremely difficult to deal with. Carefully check the things on your body. Even if we fail this time, we must quickly send the latest information back, in order to let the future generations get more experience. With a resolute heart, Du-Hai stepped into the array formation. Suddenly, the black dragon god, whose body was full of a burnt smell, rushed out, followed by a very small ball of light. Chapter 9:24. Not long after the dragon god left, the lightning, which seemed to be able to completely melt the void, followed him at the fastest speed possible and pierced through him in one fell swoop. Blood flowed down uncontrollably. The black dragon god unwillingly closed his eyes. His huge and heavy body fell directly to the ground, causing dust to fly up and creating a deep pit. The black dragon god carried one in each hand. In the end, he couldn't carry them anymore, and directly kicked the remaining few out. Behind him was a huge cloud of dust caused by the fall of the black dragon god. In the deep pit lay the black dragon god, who only had a weak breath left. Perhaps it would be better to call him the black dragon. At this moment, the black dragon no longer had the dignity and pride of a dragon god. In the end, because of this loud sound, the subordinates who were loyal to the black dragon god and followed him down. When they came out and saw the black dragon god in such a sorry state, they couldn't help but be shocked and even have doubts. Was this really the black dragon god that they had always regarded as a true god? If he was really a true god, how could he be beaten to such a sorry state by someone who hadn't even broken through to the immortal soul realm? With such a huge difference in strength, he still couldn't control the situation and was on the verge of death. They couldn't help but wonder if their actions had any meaning at all. But in the end, there was still a group of loyal people who attacked Qin without saying anything. Some of the people on him also reacted. Those who attacked Qin, you would not be distracted. The rest quickly followed the black dragon god. They took out all the life-saving items they could take out to continue the black dragon god's life. With the support of such a huge amount of resources, the black dragon god soon woke up. But just as he opened his eyes, he saw that his most important and useful subordinates had died tragically in the hands of Qin. Ah, who told you to be so reckless, to be able to injure him to such an extent? How could they possibly be able to stop him just by swarming him? Qin, you didn't pay attention to the black dragon god. He was already seriously injured. Even with the support of so many good life-saving items, he was able to escape from a state of near death. However, the injuries on his body still made it impossible for him to escape from Qin Yu's grasp. In the blink of an eye, the few people that the dragon soul had killed were Du-Hai and even Jia Yi, whom he had met once before. There were also a few people he didn't recognize, but he guessed that they were from the same organization. Since he had come here, his goal was only the black dragon god. The black dragon god is my own prey. Everything here is my spoils of war. It has nothing to do with you. You can stay here and watch if you want. I won't stop you if you want to leave, but please don't do anything that doesn't matter. Du-Hai didn't expect this. In his eyes, the guy who was generous and could be called the child of wealth actually had such powerful strength. However, they quickly reacted. Originally, they had targeted the black dragon god not to get rid of evil for the people. After all, they were also from the dark world, even if Lansha was a little special. But this time, they had spent so much time and effort to organize it, all for the sake of reaping great benefits from it. But now, not only did he fail to reap any benefits, he could only be a bystander for some reason. He had even almost lost his life, which made him feel very surprised. Why did things suddenly become like this? But he didn't have so much time to think about these trivial things. The few people who had been kicked out by the dragon soul were more or less injured. At this moment, they were curled up and rolling on the side, wailing. Not only did they not gain anything, but they also had to pay a large sum of money for treatment for no reason. Some of the things that they wanted to get were also used up, but all they could do was watch from the side. Du Hai was unwilling to leave, and none of the people around him were willing to leave just like that. Now that you have been defeated by me, I will ask you again, will you submit or die? The black dragon god still wanted to get up and fight back, so he made a compromising gesture and raised his head slightly. But in the next moment, Qin Yu stepped on the wound on his reverse scale and directly kicked him back into the deep pit. Don't play any tricks in front of me. There are only two paths in front of you. Give me the blood essence, or I will directly extract it from your body. Who said that only by making these dragons submit to him could he get the blood essence he wanted. If the relatively gentler methods didn't work, then he could only be a little more heavy-handed. Was it death or paying a certain price? He had no choice. He didn't want to die yet. He still wanted to have endless good fortune. He wanted to reach the peak and become a true god. He wanted to look down on all eternity. He wanted everything in this world to tremble and worship because of his aura. How could someone like him say that he was willing to submit to him? Let me cut off all my ties with the past in the end. From now on, you are my one and only master. Please give me this opportunity. He suddenly became much easier to talk to. He just begged to be allowed to say goodbye to the people in the Black Dragon Temple before the final result was out. This wasn't a very troublesome matter. Even when the Black Dragon God finished speaking, his former subordinates all leaned over one by one. When most of the people arrived at his side, the Black Dragon God couldn't wait any longer. An imperceptible, translucent line appeared on his body. He directly tied up all the people around him tightly. Everyone was under his control. Then all their vitality was sucked dry. All his strength and everything he had once given these people. His injuries were rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, most of the injuries on his body had been healed. Ha 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 ha. I don't want to die, nor do I want to live a life worse than death. Do you really think that I have no means of saving my life after being the Black Dragon God for so many years? You were careless this time. Was Qin Yu really careless? Not at all. All of this was within his expectations. And this kind of thing wasn't worth his surprise. Before he was conquered, a large net made of lightning appeared under his feet. It directly slapped the Black Dragon God to the ground again. And this time, it tightly bound him, not giving him any chance to display his strength. You just happened to help me get rid of most of the hidden dangers. If they ran to other places, a few of them might come out and cause trouble for me. Now that you've helped me get rid of all of them, I feel very satisfied. The air suddenly became deathly silent. Chapter 9:25. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Dark Dragon God's laughter stopped abruptly. From then on, he could no longer utter a single word. The powerful lightning directly destroyed his body. As a result, his body was torn into several pieces. Qin Yu directly took action and took everything that could be taken from the Dark Dragon God's body. As for his strength, as well as the precious dragon tendons and dragon bones, he handed them all to the little azure dragons. These two little fellows could be said to be gluttons. They were not picky about anything. Of course, if the energy contained in the food was strong enough, it would be of great help to their strength. If the food did not have any value, not only would it not fill their stomachs, it would also be of no benefit to them. Although it was just a corpse, it was still the corpse of a peak, holy ruler. The flesh and blood contained an extremely large amount of energy. To the two little azure dragons who were not picky eaters, it was the best food and tonic. Moreover, it contained the bloodline of the dragon clan. To them, it was a moderately nourishing product. Turning around, he found that Du-hai and the others were still there. Qin thought for a moment and walked in front of them. Everything over there is my spoils of war. However, if you are not in a hurry to leave, you can help me clean up the battlefield. He only took what he wanted and what was useful to him. Many of the remaining things were useless to him. For example, the wealth that the dark dragon god had accumulated over 1,000 years. Another example was the many things that were left on the mountain peak that were useless to him. Every item had its own reason for existing and also its own value. Perhaps to these people, it was not a small gain. At least, it was not a completely wasted trip. He was only reminding them out of goodwill because they had provided him with information. There is a weak point in the formation over there. You can find a way to break through there. By the time I think of it, I will have already left. Du-hai still had many questions, such as where did Qin come from? For example, he wanted to know if the corpse of a true god existed. However, before he could ask any of these questions, Qin had already disappeared in front of him. Once again, he appeared on the mountain peak. There were no more enemies here. The remaining people had already fled in panic. A series of unforeseen events had caused this place to become a deserted place. Over the past 1,000 years, the resources accumulated by the dragon god were not only that much, but many of them were also extremely valuable. All kinds of resources were of great help to him. However, it was a pity that although these resources were enormous, they weren't enough. However, there weren't many that he could use. That's way too poor. That's right, Qin Yu's definition of this place was poverty, a dignified great force. A sage king's treasure vault only had this trash that he had no use for. Picking and choosing with extreme dislike, Qin Yu refined and absorbed a portion of them. However, it did not increase his strength by much. In the end, he simply left. He only took away some of the things that looked quite interesting. He didn't touch most of the remaining items, because these things were all trash to him. To any force in the dark world, these things were enough to make them go crazy. It could be imagined that Du-hai had gone through a lot of trouble to destroy the entire array formation from its weak point and come here, after discovering a huge amount of resources. How shocking was that? He couldn't help but cry. These were tears that were shed because he was too excited. Even if they didn't get the corpse of the true god, it didn't matter. After all, it was just a legend, although some people had seen it with their own eyes. However, that was just a rumor. No one could confirm whether this news was true or false. Now, no rumors or the corpse of the true god could compare to the benefits that were really in front of them, even if they had to divide it with different forces in the future. However, there were still many things that could fall into their hands, especially when these things were brought back by them. Just this alone was enough for them to get a huge amount of rewards. Everyone, we can inform our masters now. Although there were some twists and turns in the process, the final result was good. He only felt that the long time spent on manpower and material resources was already worth it. His investment in this was not even worth mentioning when compared to the income this time. Qin Yu had already left. This time, he found an empty place, and once again drew the void teleportation array. This was the so-called void teleportation array. It was accidentally obtained by a subordinate of the Dark Dragon God. It was not complete. It only had a fixed teleportation function. If he wanted to teleport a long distance, even across 2 realms, he would need to pay a great price. Countless materials that he had collected, but were of little use to him. They were all used on this void teleportation array. Because he entered the array step by step, it began to emit a faint light. Then the light became stronger and stronger, and in the end, it even set off a pillar of light that soared into the sky. This powerful pillar of light attracted everyone within 100 miles. There were also experts who rushed over from thousands of miles away. Jia Yi and Du Hai seemed to have felt something when their gazes landed on that pillar of light, until a figure stepped on the air. Under the gaze of countless people, he entered the light shadow. The pillar of light that soared into the sky disappeared instantly. The blood-colored dark clouds that were broken through also slowly closed. As if nothing had happened, the world returned to calm. However, this time the teleportation failed. Qin Yu was slightly inexperienced, and there were some slight deviations in the landing position. In the end, he was teleported to the edge of the Dark Realm. There was nothing here. There was only a disheveled, old madman who called himself the Demon King. He was tied up by countless iron chains. He could only use 20% of his strength. After seeing him, he was like a dog that saw a meat bone. Come and worship me as your master, and I will teach you all the unique skills of my life. As long as you let me go, I see that you have reached such a realm at such a young age. You are also a genius. As long as you promise. A hand easily grabbed his throat and cut off all the words he had not finished speaking. The old madman could not say anything. He had already fallen to the ground in disbelief. He did not seem to understand why someone could refuse him. Qin Yu casually threw the corpse aside. He shook his hand. So noisy. So what if he was a strong expert? He looked so weak and feeble. He still wanted him to worship him as his master? Dream on. There was everything in dreams. Naturally, there was bliss, and there was no pain. Chapter 9:26. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. A powerhouse who had been besieged fell just like that. He was extremely unwilling before he died. He was framed and ended up here for various reasons. He was chained up and exiled to this deserted place. But in the end, he never thought that he would die in the hands of an ordinary passerby. Qin Yu was a little surprised. Perhaps this crazy old man was not without anything. At least after his death, some of his things fell out. It was a book and a strange-looking key. And this book did not look like a martial technique. He slowly flipped it open. A stream of light suddenly appeared in the book and drilled directly between Qin Yu's eyebrows. This was the Book of Revelation. According to the information that drilled between his eyebrows, the Book of Revelation could predict all the opportunities that would follow. In other words, as long as there was an opportunity about to appear, he would be able to get the news before anyone else. Then, he just needed to get the opportunity in his hands. Before anyone could react, he would quickly leave. He would be able to silently improve his strength, and he would not have to take a big risk. He would not have to wait bitterly for the day when he encountered the opportunity. Of course, such a heaven-defying function was not without conditions. To obtain a huge amount of resources, one had to first contribute a portion of good things to him. There was enough information recorded in this book. It also had an income function. Each page could be used to record. It could also be used to store an item. The effect could be said to be extremely powerful, but if one wanted to open this book and obtain the information of an opportunity, one had to obtain the key. the more accurate the information one wanted to obtain, the more things one had to give to the book. Use it as an exchange. That's interesting. Unfortunately, if I give you something, even if I can obtain the opportunity in the end, what can I do? I took such a big risk, and in the end, I still have to give you what I obtained, as long as I still want to obtain the next thing. But in this way, how much of the book holder's hands would be left? Even if he traveled all over the world and snatched the opportunities of countless people, his hands would still be empty. Other than the portion given to the Book of Revelation, he would use a small portion himself. There was nothing left. In other words, when he worked hard in the end, he would find that it was all for naught. The key he obtained just now should be the key that the book wanted him to take out. But why did he give it to it? To me, you are of no use. The only use it has is really too weak. He threw the book to the side. Useless trash. Keeping it on him was of no use. So he might as well think about how to activate the formation. This time, he would be able to return to Tianzhou. But he had already used a lot of things. Now, if he wanted to activate the formation. Translation, the loss was translation. I wonder if this book can be used to activate the formation. Zhang Xian muttered to himself. The book, translation, it was translation. Translation is translation, Lin Zhao, translation, on translation, a translation is translation. It was as if he was afraid that Qinyu would not be able to see it. Every word was especially big and eye-catching. It turned out that there was a book spirit in this book. Only half of what it told Qinyu was true. Indeed, it could know where each opportunity would appear. But it didn't need to consume much resources. The only limitation was that it could only detect all the opportunities within 1,000 miles. The storage function was also real. It did need to consume a page. But there was no need to only put one thing on a page. There could be a small mountain of things inside. The previous master had left many things here. But I still don't need you. The book spirit should be able to be used to help me activate the formation. Now that you have seen it, I just want to return to the immortal world. So you are useless to me. Could it be that he had to walk left and right with a book in his hand every day just to find some so-called opportunity? It wasn't like he didn't have anything he could use. If he wanted an opportunity one day, it wouldn't be bad. But he had never lacked one. But this place was desolate and uninhabited, not to mention a radius of 1,000 miles. There was nothing within a radius of 10,000 miles. There was no life. The Book of Revelation had been here long enough. It had been here for 2,000 years, until the previous owner was old and feeble. From a handsome young genius, he had become an old man, a malevolent old madman. It still had no way to leave this place. In order to leave this place, it was willing to pay any price. Then, another row of words appeared on the page. After Qinyu read it, he smiled and took the book with him. It turned out that the key was the thing that could really control the book spirit. It was similar to a keepsake. As long as the ancient key was completely refined, he could leave his mark on the Book of Revelation so that the book would never betray him. Only when the current master died would it be free of its shackles and find the next master. Of course, the book spirit yearned for the vast world and didn't want to be bound to one place. So at this time, it would often use various methods to make its master believe it. It seems that this isn't the first time you've lied. The book spirit trembled all over. It immediately swore that it would never betray or deceive Qinyu. Qinyu was the only person it had ever seen who was so ruthless. He killed its previous master without hesitation. One had to know that its previous owner was an opportunity that was clearly recorded in its records. He didn't even want an opportunity that was obvious. In the eyes of the Book of Revelation, this kind of person couldn't be offended, because once it offended him, it would be destroyed. That's right. The master had the right to kill the book spirit. In fact, he could even erase its consciousness with his hand. From then on, the Book of Revelation was just a tool at the mercy of others. Who knew how many tens of thousands of years later, a book spirit might be born? You said that you have many functions. Can you let me return to the immortal world? The book spirit closed the pages of his book. If it had a way to teleport, would they let him stay in this barren place for such a long time? Chinyu set up a new array. There wasn't enough time to go to other places to exchange for resources. I'll just have to make do with it. Chapter 927. He had a lot of things that he could use. Most of them were things that he didn't use before. They had already piled up like a mountain, although they were different, and some were even naturally repelled. But when all of them were added to the formation, it could still produce a good effect. A huge white light flashed again. Chinyu directly appeared on a mountain in Tianzhou. There weren't many people here. Even though someone had seen him, he still had to do his own thing, and do his own thing. After returning from the dark realm, the aura on his body was even more terrifying. If he didn't restrain it, one could feel his strength from afar. Thus, they didn't dare to easily come up. An unfamiliar expert thinking about it, he knew that he wasn't someone easy to get along with. Those who would take the initiative to provoke him and court death were in the minority. After going down the mountain, he casually grabbed an ordinary Xian immortal. Did anything happen in Tianzhou recently? I went there before and just came back. The Xian immortal was originally very shocked. He panicked that he met an expert and directly grabbed him without saying anything. But after hearing this, he relaxed a lot. Not much had happened in Tianzhou recently. If there was something to talk about, there would be some waves. Lord Carey's strength broke through to the immortal level. After that, it attracted many people who didn't belong to any sect to pledge their loyalty to them. There was also an expert who suddenly popped out called Situ something. It was said that he was extremely powerful, but until now, no one had seen him in action. It was said that the expert who suddenly appeared destroyed the Blood Ape clan with his own strength. Even the experts whose strength was comparable to the immortal level were turned into ashes by his hands. In the blink of an eye, he destroyed thousands of ordinary blood apes. Seems like he's been doing well recently. Chinyu didn't expect that his unintentional actions would actually let Situ Hua gain so many benefits. Now, he had already gained a foothold in Tianzhou. Even if he was the last to come out, he had his own territory one step earlier than him. If I didn't go to the Dark Realm because of that void teleportation formation, I should be able to make a name for myself. After all, didn't the current Situ Hua use his achievements to forcefully take over his own head? That's why he was doing so well, but it was fine. Just the name of a small expert. To him, it was just icing on the cake. It was dispensable. The Xian immortal was quickly released by him. When he returned to the heavenly ship, his goal had completely changed. Previously, he wanted to see if there were any traces of Xiantian Shenzhen. This time, he came to this chaotic land again to look for the opportunity to break through. Book of Revelation, where do you think is the key to my breakthrough? The book spirit forced himself to concentrate and started to search. It had to spend a certain amount of time to check if there was an opportunity for Chinyu to break through within a 1,000-mile radius. But in the end, it did not dare to say it out loud. He even wondered if he had made a mistake. Otherwise, why would a profound immortal be sent to such a dangerous place? Chinyu saw the leaf tremble slightly, but it refused to lift it. He immediately gave it a hand. Then he saw a haircut, and the words on it. Divine platform? Only immortals have the right to enter. Can you obtain the supreme opportunity of the great Tao? It seemed like he could flip to another page. Qin continued to flip through the pages. Then he saw an opportunity in another place. Azura blood sea, devouring all things and turning them into blood water. Even a sage king cannot leave alive, barge into the Azura sea, seize the Azura soul, and enjoy the pain of nirvana. Interesting. Both of these pages were very interesting, and each place was extremely dangerous. The former looked slightly better. The latter only had danger left, and it looked like there was only danger, and there were no opportunities. Even if he barged into the Azura Sea and seized the Azura soul, he still had to enjoy the pain of nirvana. There were no benefits, and there was no reward. But he wanted to go. What was the path of nirvana? Previously, he had only learned a part of it from the king of blood apes. But what was the value of those words? Perhaps he could get the answer in this Azura blood sea. The book spirit trembled in an extremely human-like manner. He looked at Qin Yu in disbelief, especially when the dragon soul and one-eyed had no intention of persuading him. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't make any sound, he would have screamed and told them how terrifying the path of Azura was. This was unreasonable. The Azura was an ancient race. Even the demons disdained to be associated with them, because the Azura were heartless and only knew bloodthirstiness. But the most difficult thing to deal with was that the Azura had unparalleled strength. That was a combat talent that no race could compare to. Therefore, what the Book of Revelation said was that anyone who went would die, even a sage king. Don't even think about escaping unscathed. And this was just standing on the periphery. If they really went to the Azura Sea and wanted to seize the Azura soul, even a sage king would suffer a backlash. That was an extremely dangerous place of death. It didn't even know why the Book of Revelation had become like this, giving such a message that almost killed people. I think it's quite good. Then let's go to the Azura blood sea. As for the divine platform, if there was a chance in the future, he could go there again. But the so-called great Tao couldn't compare to his interest in the path of nirvana. But since the Book of Revelation could detect this, perhaps it could detect what the so-called supreme great Tao opportunity in the divine platform meant. The book spirit stared blankly as a string of words appeared on the page. Qin Yu didn't find the word nirvana in it. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. In the end, he decided to go to the Azura blood sea. He was more interested in nirvana, but the divine platform didn't have this. The book spirit wanted him to think carefully again. That place was really, really dangerous. Many people had died there, and there was no lack of powerful experts. So what if he's strong? I'm just going to take a look. What can he do to me? Qin Yu remained unmoved. Furthermore, he even walked a bit faster. That place was truly a no-man's land. The soil was suffused with a hint of blood red. There were no living creatures here, nor was there anything of value. However, no one who came here would be able to survive. Over time, this place became a place where no one dared to come. All kinds of strange legends and rumors filled the place, but no one dared to explore it. There wasn't a strong smell of blood in the air, but the soil under one's feet could be easily squeezed out with a handful of blood. Chapter 9:28. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. This place should have been a battlefield. It should have been the burial ground of countless people. And it was on this piece of land piled up with flesh and blood that a powerful existence like the Shura was born, which defied all common sense. This was an unfamiliar name, but Qin Yu had already learned a lot from the Book of Revelation. The Azura was powerful, but it was born bloodthirsty and had almost no nature of its own. It had no tribe and no companions. It could only be born in an extremely special place. The aura here is too terrifying. Let's run. There's actually an Azura in the Sage King realm here, and I thought the Azura here was just an immortal. The book's spirit trembled. It could not even get close to this place. Even if it looked at it from afar, it could not help but want to run immediately. If it had legs and could run, it would definitely run away from here at all costs. Don't be so nervous. It's just an Azura. Didn't you say that no one would be interested in such a creature? Then there's no need to care. Why are you afraid? However, other creatures with some intelligence looked down on the Azura. The fundamental reason was that there was no way to deal with such a terrifying existence. Moreover, if the Azura went crazy, it would not care who you were. If there was no one around, it could even attack you. It was such a bloodthirsty and irrational monster that people looked down on. However, this did not mean that they were weak. On the contrary, the Azura had an unparalleled talent in battle. It was enough to crush anyone. It was invincible among those of the same realm. It could even fight across realms. Most importantly, whenever the Azura attacked, it would either kill itself or the enemy. This was the most frightening part of it, and it made people want to avoid it like the plague. Over time, this kind of existence even became a taboo topic. After Qin Yu heard this, not only did he not back down, but he was also interested. It was a pity that such a powerful existence did not have any rationality. Regarding this, the book spirit said that everything in the world had its own way of balance. If you wanted to get something, you would have to pay a price without knowing. This was equivalent. However, was this world really fair? If it was really fair, there would be no such thing as heaven and earth being heartless. There were also no weaklings who could be easily destroyed by the strong. Then, there wouldn't be so many unfair things happening in this world. Therefore, fairness was only relative. If you are strong enough to defeat the heavens, defeat this Tao, would he still need to be restricted by the so-called heaven and earth? Growing up in this world, how could anyone possibly defeat heaven? Qin Yu smiled as he stepped into the blood-colored soil. His voice was unhurried. Just because no one has done it before doesn't mean that no one will be able to do it in the future. If there really is someone who can defeat the heavens, do you still think that there is a need for him to follow the so-called equivalence rules? Although the so-called Shura was powerful, he didn't have a mind of his own. This meant that there was a limit to his strength. Their minds were filled with only battle. To be more precise, they were purposely created battle machines. Furthermore, they had no way of controlling their own fate. In his eyes, he was still a weakling. It was laughable that he couldn't even control his own thoughts and reason. Could this still be considered life? The moment they stepped into the Azura blood sea, they could feel the fresh blood in the soil beneath their feet. He could feel every slight movement around him. However, other than the sound of his footsteps, there wasn't even any wind. There was silence everywhere. It was so quiet that it was strange, so quiet that it was terrifying. The real blood sea was hidden underground. It was a completely dark space. Everything on the ground was just an illusion. Only by stepping into the real Azura blood sea, only then could one feel the thick, almost tangible smell of blood assaulting their faces. What a nauseating smell of blood. Do the so-called Shuras live in such an environment? As expected, they are just a bunch of people who drag out an ignoble existence. They can only live in the shadows and can't see the light of day. What's the difference between these so-called extremely powerful existences and ants? They are just like underground rats. He had to admit that he was somewhat disappointed. He originally thought that he might be able to see some extremely powerful experts. However, he now realized that if the Shura was powerful, then the Shura's only advantage was that he was powerful. Whether it was his personality or all the characteristics of his body, they were all possessed by the weak. Only the weak couldn't control their own thoughts. Only the weak couldn't control their own strength. Only the weak would hide in such a place. Hide and steal life. The heavy voice fell. Suddenly, small circles of ripples appeared on the blood-red water surface. It was as if someone was gently stirring the pool of blood below. But then, as if it was boiling, endless bubbles popped out of it. Blood spread to the ground. In the midst of the tumbling, a blood-red hand covered with all kinds of dark red lines reached out. The dark red lines formed an extremely strange pattern on the hand. If someone with a weak mind saw the pattern, their mind would be disturbed and they would feel endless fear. Then the entire arm followed by the head and the rest of the body. In the end, only the 2 feet were left soaking. The Azura's eyes were pitch black. No eyeballs could be seen. The whites of the eyes could only be seen as pitch black, as if they were 2 empty holes. Chinyu wasn't frightened by this scene. Instead, he was interested to see where the Azura calculated from. In the end, he found that the Azura had been hiding under the blood pool all along. Are you going to keep floating like this? Why don't you come down and take a rest? After all, although you're already dead now, ghosts should also need to rest. The way I see it, you don't seem to be willing to die like this. However, the so-called Azura didn't have any rationality. It wasn't a casual remark. Perhaps he understood, but he could only roar like a beast and rush up with his hands like claws. Chinyu took the attack with his bare hands. The speed couldn't be considered very fast. At least, it could be considered good among his opponents. However, speed wasn't the main point, but the strength of this body couldn't be underestimated. The strength of the hand was very strong. Just this kind of rampage, without any technique to speak of, made his arm go numb. Such great strength. I'm interested. He came here to take a good look.